this session and the opening session of the 36 GIMAC pre-summit meeting. And as Keith has advised us, it's hashtag 36 GIMAC. Keith, thank you for taking everybody in through the technical aspects. And I think we are pretty much ready to go. We're 2 minutes away from 11 o'clock on my watch. I don't know, colleagues, if we want to give a few more, like 2 minutes so that all participants are in, or we're ready to start. Maybe let's give participants 2 minutes and then we will start, and that will allow everybody to be in. Keith has already gone through the technical aspects on interpretation, so we're coming in French and English translation. Please select the appropriate interpretation so you can be with us throughout the meeting. As I said, we are coming live with this 36th GIMAC pre-summit meeting. So you all, if you are in the house, this would have been a very different meeting. Sorry, I have to apologize in advance that my computer mutes me and technology has just not been able to fix that. So Wudasi will wave to me. So if you see her waving me down to tell me about my mic, she's not distracting me or doing any dance. She's just going to be saying, "We can't hear you." So thank you so much for being on. Yes, so on behalf of the GIMAC, Gender is My Agenda Steering Committee, it is my privilege and my honor to be here with you this morning and to chair the opening session of this 36 GIMAC pre-summit meeting. So as I was saying that the Gender is My Agenda campaign has now become an institutionalized civil society forum where we meet cross-sectorally, from education to peace and security to human rights to governance and economic empowerment, and discuss the issues that matter to us, discuss how we will respond to the African Union and its policies that impact and affect us. And how do we mainstream gender and gender equality in these different sectors and forums. This is, I'm really, really proud myself to be associated and accord with the forum as we have really worked tirelessly to put this forum. I can safely say that we have not ever had to miss a pre-summit meeting. And even in the think that is testimony to every GIMAC member, every GIMAC associate on this, that we can host a pre-summit meeting undisturbed. So I want to put that before you. There would be many people to recognize, but I think that you will join me in you will join me in recognizing our very special African Union Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, Madam Binta Diop. Madam Diop is a mentor to many of us. She has brought us into the space of gender mainstreaming, of fighting for gender inequality and ensuring that all of the African Union initiatives and our various initiatives at local levels and at our government are mainstreamed in terms of gender. So with those few words, our theme for this year, as you all know, is the AU theme, silencing the guns, creating conducive conditions for Africa's development. And perhaps that is more now than ever before, as well during this COVID-19 times, how the conflict context is shifting and how we will be operating in this environment. So this discussion is extremely timely, and it is also an important point as we look at decentralizing our efforts. This is the second strategic engagement with the AU RECs and partners. As you know, that our midterm or our second pre-summit meeting focuses on the AU RECs and its partners, and in particular, the decentralization of our work. So with those points, and on behalf of the various GIMAC steering committee members who work tirelessly behind the scenes for this initiative, I want to acknowledge you. I want to thank you all for joining us today. And I see a number of colleagues that I recognize. I would like you to use the chat room to introduce yourselves. I know that we are meeting under very different times, so we can't be milling in the corridors of the UNECA building or at one of the venues that have hosted the meetings. So to kick us off, I would like to ask our chairperson of the GIMAC Young Women's Network to give us the welcome remarks today. And I call on Ms. Karen Ondwasi Olaka to kick us off. Karen, over to you.
Pravina, sorry, can you move to the program on day 2? Day 1 was yesterday.
Sorry for that. Sorry for that. So the opening remarks, and I'm really sorry I mixed the youth with this, and you gotta forgive me with this because the youth are the one taking over the space now. So our openings are none other than from our own GIMAC steering committee member, Ms. Helen Kaiser Noah, the executive director of the Peace Center. Helen, over to you.
Thank you very much, Pravina, for the warm
I want you to put the youth before us, Helen. You can't blame me.
I was wondering if I was in the right space or if I had logged into the wrong webinar. So thank you very
you're
much.
in the right space.
So usually when we're at GIMAC, we have special ways of welcoming ourselves. And I don't know how we are going to do it this time around, but please, if you're logged on and you're here for this 36th GIMAC meeting, please just raise your hand and clap, welcome yourself to the 36th GIMAC. It's so unfortunate that we are not able to see physically, but let's give ourselves those warm welcomes and feel at home and feel like we are in Addis and having this meeting. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, honorables, our young women and men, and everyone who has joined us. Welcome to the 36th Gender is My Agenda campaign. We are so delighted to have you join us for this very important biannual gathering of women's rights organizations, young women, youth, civil society, and international non-governmental organizations aimed at promoting the rights of African women and girls in the African Union processes. We are particularly delighted that despite the COVID-19 pandemic and its unprecedented impact, we are able to meet as a regional movement of civil society organizations. And that only reflects our resolve to continue to engage, with the African Union and its institution. The African Union Commission Heads of State Assembly marked the year 2020 with the theme Silencing the Gun, Creating Conducive Conditions for Africa's Development. In line with this theme, Agenda 2063 stresses the imperative of ending all wars, civil conflicts, gender-based violence, conflict-related sexual violence, and prevention of genocide in its 10-year implementation plan. In this regard, the 34th AU Summit aims to take stock of achievements and challenges encountered in implementing the AU's flagship project, Silencing the Gun, by 2020, and develop more robust strategy to achieve its peaceful and prosperous Africa. We are very much aware that Africa has one of the longest wars, in most of its country. We are very aware that many of these conflicts have impacted on communities, have killed so many people, has led to displacement, has led to a huge number of refugees in the region. So the need for us to silence the gun therefore becomes important. However, despite all these efforts, to ensure that we achieve peace through silencing the gun, we see increasingly issues of illicit financial flows, proliferation of and circulation of arms and light weapons, terrorism, violent extremism, border demarcation, natural resource management, and cyber and maritime security are some of the specific challenges that have made the achievement of this objective impossible. In our first engagement this year, during the 35th GIMAC Pre-Summit meeting, we emphasized on the need for the African Union to address structural and systemic drivers of conflict, including poverty, exclusion, inequality, and socioeconomic vulnerability, gender inequality, discrimination and violence against women and girls, climate change, illegal financial flows, as well as challenges of corruption, poor governance, and limited political participation of women. We increasingly see electoral-related conflicts in our countries in Africa. And we insist that until these issues are dealt with, we might be very far away from achieving our silencing the gun and having a peaceful and prosperous Africa. The outbreak and spread of COVID-19 has also added to the existing challenges and slowing down the attainment of peace and development in Africa. We have seen how the COVID pandemic has led to increased stigmatization and discrimination of people who have tested positive. The fact that the trust between communities and the citizens and institutions have also reduced significantly. People no longer trust their governments. The fact that the COVID-19 has impacted on livelihoods and economies. And also the fact that, as a result of COVID, there's also been increased criminally related incidents in many of our countries. And all of this is leading to some form of violence and unrest. So it is within this prevailing context that we, the Gender is My Agenda campaign, is convening this 36th virtual pre-summit civil society consultative meeting. And our theme for this year, for this second session, is recognizing and amplifying women and girls' agency to silence the guns in Africa. We believe that women and girls have what it takes to contribute significantly to reducing conflict through silencing the gun in Africa. And we want to profile that and ensure that governments in Africa, the African Union, and our international partners are aware of the agency that women and girls have to contribute to peace building. This meeting, therefore, provides a platform for civil society organizations to review and consolidate a common position on the effectiveness and efficiency of the regional economic communities, African Union and member states in mainstreaming gender equality in their endeavor to silence the guns in the peace and security arena. We also hope to use this platform to highlight the immense contribution women and girls have made to build peace in conflict-affected communities in African countries. Our deliberations aim to identify gaps, provide recommendations, and offer a space for strategic engagement with organs of the African Union and RECs and other stakeholders. We believe that silencing the guns in Africa demands a holistic approach in addressing the root causes and drivers of conflict. The interrelated nature of these causes necessitates a paradigm shift and breaking out of silos. This will require structural transformation at economic, political, and social levels. It is in this regard, therefore, that this Gender is My Agenda pre-summit meeting aims to consolidate CSO's view of the African Union legal and strategic framework on silencing the gun, focusing on achievements and critical gaps towards implementation. Secondly, to propose inclusive, effective, and efficient strategies that enhance and utilize the agency and role of women and girls in realizing the visions for a peaceful and integrated Africa, building on the opportunities provided by the African Continental Free Trade Area and African Union reforms. Identify a mutually agreed strategic framework by civil society organizations and RECs towards mainstreaming gender in response to conflict and silencing the guns in Africa. Strengthen intergenerational feminist and women's rights approach towards the implementation of AU commitments to silencing the guns, and provide space for African civil society organizations' strategic engagement with the African Union, RECs, UN agencies, international organizations, and other stakeholders. The proposed key topics for discussion during the meeting will be guided by the GIMAC 6 thematic clusters, namely governance, peace and security, human rights, health, education, economic empowerment. In addition to the thematic focus, GIMAC has established a subcommittee on girls and young women in 2017 to harness the demographic and gender dividend. So we started off yesterday with young women's training on advocacy at the African Union to continue to build their skills and their knowledge in terms of how they can continuously engage strategically at policy level. This event will develop a set of key recommendations that will be utilized in advocacy towards the 35th AU Summit, and for the GIMAC to outline its roadmap and strategies with specific action points to inform effective coordination and implementation of AU declarations at the RECs and national level. I therefore call on you to ensure your full participation in the different thematic breakout groups to enable your views and perspectives to be reflected in the outcome document and in GIMAC's roadmap. Thank you once again for joining us, and I wish you fruitful deliberations as we continue with the rest of the program. Thank you very much, Pravina.
Thank you very much, Helen. In true spirit, we have gotten our marching orders for this 36th GIMAC meeting. We have been called and our guidelines have been provided. If we stay out of the discussions or if we do not engage, it will be at our own peril. That is the message. So it's time to roll up your sleeves and be ready to work over this GIMAC meeting. It now gives me great pleasure to call on the Office of the Acting Director for Women, Gender and Development, the Office of Ms. Victoria Moloka, who will talk to us about positioning GIMAC within the new AU reforms. Victoria will not join us today, but her message will be delivered by Dr. Tapiwe Uchi Naisula Rewamamu. I hope I got that right. Head of the Division of Gender Analysis and Monitoring at the African Union Commission, and she will give us the guidance on thematic clusters and expected outcomes. Over to you, Doctor, and that is quite a mouthful to say, so I'm sorry if I got any of the names mixed up, but welcome, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Pravina, for that introduction. And you got the names correctly, especially the Tapiwa one. But it's allow me to greet you all wherever you are. It's good morning from Addis Ababa, where I am speaking from. And indeed, it's always a pleasure to be at the GIMAC sessions. And as you've heard from Pravina, is that Madam Victoria, who was ready to join and be with us throughout the meeting, could not do so due to a family emergency that she had to attend to. So as such, I will be presenting on her behalf. So with all protocols duly observed and as mentioned by Mama Helen, allow me to welcome you all delegates to this 36th GIMAC Consultative meeting, and also on the behalf of the African Union Chairperson, His Excellency Musa Faki, would like to congratulate GIMAC under the excellent leadership of the Chairperson, Madam Martha Mwezi, and the awesome steering committee for convening this consultative meeting. Of course, it is true that GIMAC remains a great platform for the AU citizens to engage with the AU, as well as to ensure that the voices of the people of the continent are fully heard on board. So my presentation, of course, will focus on two areas that we've been asked to highlight and share with this platform. That is to do with the AU reforms, and secondly, I'll be speaking on the strategic positioning of GIMAC within the new reforms. Well, when it comes to the reforms, you know that, as you're all aware, that the adoption of Agenda 2063 and its 10-year implementation plans necessitated the Commission to go back to the drawing board and decide how the structure of the Commission and other organs of the Union could be improved to deliver the results that will be citizen-oriented for the African continent at large. Indeed, the AU reform agenda is aimed at fundamentally repositioning the organization to meet the evolving needs of its members and the continent. As such, the reforms identifies the following key reform priorities. That is that the AU, it needs to focus on key priorities with continental scope. Specifically, the reform suggested that the AU should focus on issues related to political affairs, peace and security, economic integration, and reinforcing Africa's global voice. Women and youth are cross-cutting issues within these priorities. The second one was to realign the AU institutions to deliver against those priorities. That means reviewing the structure as well as the operations of the AU to ensure institutional realignment for better service delivery. Thirdly is to connect the African Union to its citizens. Fourthly, to manage the business of the AU efficiently and effectively at both political and operational levels in the performance of its mandate. Lastly is that to finance the AU sustainably and with the full ownership of the member state. The objective here is to reduce over-reliance on development partners. Therefore, the new structure as it was presented and adopted during the February 2020 summit, and a new commission will be established by February 2021, as you know that we're in the period of elections. Some aspects of the reforms are already being implemented. For instance, that there is only one AU summit in February of each year, and one coordination summit with the RECs in June and July. Of course, this year, because of the COVID pandemic, it's going to happen this October. So where do civil society organizations, and in particular GIMAC, fit into all this? That's the question we're all having. And I've mentioned already that one of the key priorities of the reform agenda is to ensure that the AU connects with its citizens. This, of course, to my mind, is recognition by the AU of the critical importance of AU citizens, represented by civil society organizations such as GIMAC, to the AU development agenda. So how are we going to enhance performance of the Women and Gender and Development Directorate policy platforms? In 2018, and also in the response of the AU reforms, WGDD commissioned a study and produced a report titled Enhancing the Performance of WGDD Multi-Stakeholder Policy Platforms. The report defines the multi-stakeholder platforms as a decision-making body that's voluntary or statutory, comprising different stakeholders who interdependence, who perceive the same resource management problem and realizing their interdependence for solving it and coming together to agree on action strategies for solving the problem. In this regard, the Gender Pre-Summit high-level meetings, the Pre-CSW consultative meeting, the specialized technical meeting on the gender equality and women's empowerment, and importantly, the GIMAC civil society meetings fall within the scope of this definition. Therefore, regarding the role of civil society, and in particular GIMAC in WGDD policy under these new reforms, it is indeed a consensus that has come up that the civil society platforms coordinated by Gender is My Gender campaign network have become regular part of the AU policy-making processes. For example, some of the GIMAC decisions that form part of the EU policies, came out through these processes. So as such, the decision-making process of the union, and it meets one of the key priorities of these new reforms that I've just highlighted above, of connecting the AU to its citizens. One of the aspects of the new reform is that the Specialized Technical Committee, which is a statutory policy platform, must adopt decisions before they are tabled before the other AU policy organs, like the Permanent Representative Committee, PRC, and the Executive Council, as it's coming up soon, next week. So the administrative arrangement made in this regard is that all decisions or any agenda items that require attention of the summit must be submitted to the Office of the Secretary General 90 days before the beginning of the summit. So this has a number of implications for WGDD multi-stakeholder platforms, including GIMAC itself. One, it includes the timing of the meetings to be able to present issues to the STC and to be able to comply within the 90 days requirement. Secondly, is the sequencing of the stakeholder meetings to allow different platforms to present their decisions to the STC in good time. So the study enhancing on the performance of WGDD multi-stakeholder policy platforms had to look at this aspect and made some proposals. And in this case, I will only mention two that are relevant to this meeting today. The first one is that the STC that adopts all decisions of all other multi-stakeholder platforms should be held last in the year, in October, to enable all other policy platforms to meet and submit their decisions for the STC in consideration. And due to the COVID pandemic this year, of course, that's where we wanted to start it. This STC is going to meet in November. Secondly, the report suggested that all multi-stakeholder platforms should be held alongside the STC, expert meeting during the same week in October, so that the decisions should immediately feed directly into the STC. We tested this model, of course, as you may recall, last year during the STC and the Africa Beijing Consultative Conference, October. Some of you may recall that the multiple consultative meetings held all the same time with the STC, and you agree that while we met some of the objectives, we could have done a number of things differently. For instance, we are rethinking this model to perhaps spread the various meetings throughout the year and allow the STC to be held last and be more focused with the interruptions. And already we can see that this is, happening in October. And as I mentioned, that this year the STC will be held towards the end of November. So at least it will allow the time that we'll be able to also give out, our outcomes, to the STC afterwards. Well, some critical, issues that we need to consider as we're meeting is that the strategic position of the two GIMAC summits, in light of the fact that the AU now has only one main summit, there might be a need to reconsider the form as well as the contents of the summit to align with the AU summit itself. Timing is also important to ensure that the GIMAC outcomes are integrated in the outcomes, declarations, decisions of the STC that will be tabled in the February summit itself. There is also a concern around currency, momentum, and relevance. There might be an urgent and critical issues of importance that require immediate attention, and we have to wait until the following year to be brought to the attention of the summit. So really, there's a need for strategic thinking around some of these issues. Last year, the leadership of GIMAC and WGDD met on the margins of the CSW, and we agreed to have a strategic planning session. I think we need to revisit the idea and get together to put more creative hearts together to ensure that the concerns and issues of the African citizens remain on the priority of the agenda. As I conclude, Madam Pravina and the rest of the delegates in this meeting, let me affirm that the commitment of the Women and Gender and Development Directorate to continue closely with the GIMAC network and to support the integration of GIMAC outcomes in the decision that we table before the STC. I thank you all for your kind attention, and I wish you the very best, and welcome wherever you are as you're joining the GIMAC 36, a consultative meeting as it is. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that input, but also for giving us guidelines for how we can, put our messages together, but how to get them ready on time so that they can, be at the relevant forums and then be carried through and presented where it is relevant for us. I know that unfortunately Dr. Tapiwa has to leave us after the session. She herself also has an emergency that she's dealing with. So you will please release her. And I'm sure that we will be able to pose questions that you will be able to answer for us later, or that we can get responses to as we proceed. So thank you very much to the two speakers. If you're just joining us to this GIMAC meeting, we are in the opening session. We have just had our own Helen present an opening remarks, and we've had Tapiwa present on behalf of the AU Gender Directorate. I want to again recognize, I know Madam Diop does not like this. She is sitting in the background where she always takes her place and stays quietly. But she is our special envoy for women, peace and security. And she's also very much the person who has engineered and helped us build this GIMAC that you see today. So allow me to recognize her. I know she will speak at a later stage, hopefully, but I want to just recognize Madam Diop today as well. And then let me also then say to you, I'd like to call on Non-Tobacco from a call. I'm going to call on Non-Tobacco, who will guide us on the breakaway sessions. And I also have, when you are chairing in this virtual form, have to take instructions from all your colleagues here. So the other instruction I have is that Elisa will take a family picture here, and during the sessions throughout the day, we will take regular family pictures so we get everybody into the the capturing of this event. So Non-Tobacco, over to you.
Thank you, Pravina. So for me, it's just to lead colleagues to the breakaway sessions, but I would like to briefly tease out what our panelists just highlighted in the opening remarks. Helena highlighted that our main aim for this platform is to identify the challenges, the gaps, and also provide recommendations towards better engagement on women and youth in towards silencing the guns. But also Dr. Tapiwa highlighted the key focus along the AU reforms, which look at issues related to peace and security, economic development. And I like the point that in all of those thematic issues, they are streamlining issues related to women and youth throughout, which means that Gender is My Agenda campaign is having their space and we're being listened to. Bringing me to the main issue that she relayed was that the AU would like to connect to its citizens. So it's platforms like these that give us an opportunity to voice out the gaps, the issues, and make recommendations of the change we want to see. With that said, when we look at our agenda, as we go to our breakaway sessions, the agenda is highlighted that all the thematic areas are going consecutively, starting from 12 o'clock East African time, ending at 17:30 East African time. You have an option to stay throughout the day, and we prefer that you choose that option. Or you can look at the agenda and choose a specific thematic area that you would like to stay through. But we encourage you to stay throughout the day. Go on Facebook, like us, retweet, go hashtag GIMAC 36. And then I'd like to highlight, as we go to our breakaway sessions, the moderators of the clusters will be expected to jot down the key issues, the key recommendations, as they are expected to present on Monday on the main plenary on what was discussed, what are we saying as the African citizens. And secondly, as we engage, let us guide our discussion towards how we give GIMAC as a network ideas on how to position itself along the new AU reform guidelines and position, as Dr. Tapiwa has highlighted that our outcomes may be tabled next year. And I know that we've been, as a network, we've been influencing the policy on the sidelines and wherever we have been. So let our discussions look at what are the issues, beyond the issues, how can we make change and bring change, and how do we silence the guns in terms of economic impoverishment, in terms of health issues, in terms of peace and security, and so forth, and how do we bring the voices of young women and older women and have intergenerational co-leadership and co-communication. So going into our breakaway sessions, this is our guidelines. How do we look at policy and influence the AU structures and AU reforms? Thank you very much, and over to you, Pravina.
Thank you very much, Nonto. And now we also have it from the youth. Marching orders, how do we influence policy? How do we have the discussion? Dear GIMAC members, we are in the right place for sure. So I'm going to ask you to please put on your videos for those of us who can this morning. Please put on your videos, and Elisa is on standby to get our first family picture of the opening session. And Tapiwa, we would like to see you in this picture this morning. Hello, Dr. Butera, and all that I can see. I can now see also Mubarak there, Christine, Elisa. Yeah, so the GIMAC family is here. And yes, so Karen is telling us she can't. The technical team will help us allow you to unmute Ferreira, that is the whole youth constituency in that picture. I like that one. So let's see the youth on Ferreira's camera there. Amina, good to see you. Christine, good to see you.
Let's smile for the camera, everyone, please.
Yes. Are you there?
Madam Diop, your camera is not on.
Madam Diop will join us later for a picture, Elisa.
Okay.
She is there. She wants us to know that she's with us.
Okay. Keith, please, can you confirm you have enabled the cameras for everyone? We want a big family photo, please.
Working on the stringent measures, but in a minute.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Keep smiling, keep smiling.
The stringent measures are to avoid you doing anything. Madam Diop is talking to us.
Pravina, I'm just saying I'm with you, but I'm not in the picture, so sorry for that.
Okay,
no, you told us that. We know that. We know that. And we know that you're there with us.
Okay, Keith, please tell us when we are ready. I can see Rosario Memorial Trust are ready as a family there. I see you. Where that Adelaide, Keith, please just give us a sign.
There's 66 of us here.
Yes, yes, yes. I believe, yes. I see more people coming in, they are joining. Nene, please keep your camera on. Welcome to the family. Thank you, thank you. Keith, can I have a sign?
Almost there, almost there. We have to do individual of them, the rights, but almost there.
Okay.
So bear with us just for 2 minutes. Let us let's be inclusive in this picture.
That's a good point, Pravina. We want everyone, we want the whole family. Hudasa, can you also help us just to allow participants' cameras? Yes, they are coming. Thank you. I see Farirai. Thank you. Karen, thank you. Welcome to the family. They are coming. Oh my God. Yes. Christine Kwangwari, thank you. Welcome. Cleopatra, welcome. Dr. Butera, our he for she. Thank you. I see you. Yeah. Buba, thank you. Thank you so much. We are being joined by our partners. We are happy to have ActionAid. Join us. Dede, thank you. I see you.
Is that good now, Elisa? You good?
They're coming. I see even Helena Yida, our GIMAC steering committee member in Cameroon. She's trying to have a camera on. RNC, another group. Thank you. Welcome. I see you. Oh, Amina, thank you so much. A GIMAC partner, Oxfam. We are happy to have you. Agripina, I hope I didn't murder your name. Thank you. I see you. I see you. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Cleopatra, we are happy to have you join us. Waiting to hear your remarks today. Thank you so much. Karen, our young women rapporteur, I see you. Thank you so much. Oh, everyone is smiling. Everyone is smiling. It's a good Saturday. GIMAC is happy to have you all around. Helena, can you put on your camera?
Anna is greeting us from the Gambia.
Oh, thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Helena, your camera is not on. Oh.
The Rosa Memorial group is in full force.
Oh, our rapporteur, thank you so much for being connected. Mwansa, thank you so much. I see you, Eric. Juliet Wera, thank you for coming. Leah Oxfam, I see you. Keith, can you just let me know?
Everybody.
Hello? Yep. Romeo, thank you for connecting. Cho, I see you. Irene Maina, welcome and thank you.
Okay, Lisa, everybody is admitted to share.
Okay, so if you have just joined us, you are now able to unmute your own camera because we have now technically enabled that. So just unmute your own camera. It's now enabled, and Elisa will grab a family picture of you all. So Elisa, on the count of 3, let's go.
I want a big smile.
Yes,
1,
Dr. Ajani, have you unmuted? I can see you there. Karen?
Sorry, I won't be able to unmute. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. Dr. Ajani is there with us.
Saturday smile, everyone. Here we go in 2, 3, 1. Thank you. Please keep connected. I'm taking another one, you know. This is the good, yes.
Check all the 3 pages, remember?
I'm taking them. That's why I want them to keep smiling. I'm capturing them. Thank you so much, GIMAC family. We'll
Thank you very much. And please allow us to release Tapiwa from the meeting. And then I hand over, Nonto, will you, we will give over for the group sessions now, right?
Yes, we move on to the group sessions. So we'll call on, is that right, Elisa?
You're right, Nontoweko. Now we are going to the consecutive thematic clusters. As you mentioned before, would like participants to stay connected, or if they would like to choose a particular cluster, this is the time. Thank you.
Yes, so we'd like to call in the moderator, Ms. Amina from Oxfam International, who will be moderating the session.
Thank you very much.
Pravina, we can also do like a health break in between, just people to grab their water, their cup of coffee.
Yes.
You can let us do a health break for about 5 minutes. So it is 10, your time, and wherever you are, count 5 minutes. I got 10:51 on my clock. So in 5 minutes time, we will move to the next session. Please grab yourself water, grab yourself coffee. If you haven't had breakfast yet, this is your time, but you only have 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
And we call in the panel that's coming up to be ready to present. Hi, I think our 5 minutes is over. I'd like to call in our moderator for this session on peace and security.
Hi, I'm here now.
Okay, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. So welcome everybody. My name is Amina Hersi and I am the Global Humanitarian Campaigner for Oxfam International. Today's session is basically going to be covering the 20-year of implementation on women, peace and security agenda in Africa. And we're going to be looking at the progress and practical actions to accelerate delivery on commitments. We have an excellent panel for you today, and without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Ms. Juliette Were, the Deputy Executive Director for Women International Peace Center, who's going to talk us through women's leadership in advancing WPS agenda and silencing the gun in Africa. Just to note, this panel discussion, each speaker is going to have 10 minutes each with their intervention, so sharing the intervention. Right after that, we will have contributors who are going to share with us 5 minutes interventions. And everybody who has any questions and would like to engage with the panelists, please send us your questions and we'll try and answer them at the end of the session. So without further ado, thank you and welcome, Juliette. Is Juliette Were there?
Please, I guess you will need to upgrade her to be able to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Technical team, please upgrade Juliette.
Thank you very much. I've been upgraded. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, participants in this session. It's a pleasure being a part of this discussion when we reflect on women's leadership.
Juliette, you're muted.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Please would be grateful if you could switch on your camera when you're talking. Thank you.
I'll switch on the camera briefly because I'm using the same computer for my lab presentation. So good afternoon once again. Apologies for the technical hiccups. It's a pleasure to be part of this dialogue when we reflect on women's leadership in advancing the women, peace and security agenda and silencing the guns in Africa. The year 2020 is a year of key achievements and highlights. We are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Security Council Resolution 1325. We are marking the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. And also it's our final year on the Silencing the Guns commitment by the AU Agenda 2063. So there are key issues that are important for us as women in leadership. And we know that Security Council 1325 was a groundbreaking and historical document within which women leaders mobilized greatly, women at the grassroots, women in the region, women at the international level. So it is a great success for women. And to see that it is 20 years since then, we need to reflect on what is it that we have gained as leaders in this process. And one of the key aspects has been around continued advocacy for policy and legislation for gender equality. We've seen that a number of women leaders have been at the far front mobilizing, challenging, and engaging parliaments to ensure that the legislation in place enhances women's participation, emphasizes the protection of women and girls, and looks at issues of relief and recovery. And within this mobilization, we have also been able to advocate for increasing the number of women in political participation. And we have seen that because of this, we have been able to have more women enter parliament, more women enter local councils and other lower political spaces. And because of the gender quota that we advocated for, the 30%, and some have gone to 50%. We've seen in 13 countries, women taking up positions on the gender quota, but also others on the reserved quotas in a number of countries. For instance, Rwanda, we see they're at 61%, South Africa 46%, Senegal 41%, Ethiopia 38%, Uganda around 33%. And having women in these spaces is critical for the peace and security agenda because it enables us to continue pushing our issues, but also voicing the concerns and having key legislative agendas that enhance the participation of women. So it has been a critical gain that we have got as African women around issues of peace and security. One of the critical issues is the low participation of women in mediation and negotiation processes. And because we noted this early, a number of African leaders were able to mobilize and form the Network of African Women in Conflict Prevention and Mediation, the FemWise Africa, which aims to strengthen the role of women in conflict prevention and mediation, as well as peacemaking and post-conflict reconstruction, as well and developing efforts in the context of African peace and security architecture. FemWise has played a great role in providing opportunities for training women in mediation, in negotiation, and other related issues, but also being able to mentor younger women to be a key part of peace mediation, and thus building a strong base for women to engage. Because of these capacities, we have seen that more networks have been formed in a number of African countries. We have the Association of African Women Mediators in South Africa, Women Network for Peace and Dialogue in Burundi, Women in Peace Network of Liberia, the Mano River Women Peace Network, South Sudan Women's Peace Network, Regional Faith Women Peace Mediators Networks, and also we've seen a number of community level peace mediators networks formed to enhance conflict resolution and mediation at that level. We have thus been able to see some women participate in the negotiation process, mediation processes. For instance, the just concluded South Sudan peace process, where we had a representation of women participate and also assent to the peace agreement. So it has been a key issue and a contribution that women have engaged in. We also have other initiatives like the African Women Leaders Network, which is an initiative of African women leaders from different sectors to ensure that we enhance the leadership of African women in the transformation of the continent around issues of political participation, economic participation, and other forms of leadership beyond the security sector, but also to look at public service in the economic space, business space, and business world, so that we have a key body of African women that are championing change and address issues that trigger conflicts in the different parts of the countries. To date, we have about 500 African women, and the network should be having 25 chapters across Africa. So such bodies have been able to position women and their potential and capacities, but also to be able to engage in different components of peace and security. When we turn to the issue of prevention and protection, the issues of sexual violence in conflict, sexual violence in our communities continue to be a big challenge. And we've seen that women leaders have been at the forefront, mobilizing communities to speak out, mobilizing communities to challenge, but also pushing to ensure that the programs and policies are responsive in supporting survivors of violence, in ensuring that we have peace centers, in ensuring that we have one-stop centers in different countries. And this in a way has contributed to providing healing, providing a sense of peace for the survivors, but also continuing to profile that this is an issue that is still a challenge for us as leaders. Working with through the GIMAC, we're able to push and work around the International Conference of the Great Lakes Regions as civil society women leaders. And to date, we see that we have the regional training facility under the ICGLRL, which is providing training and skills to the judiciary, to the police, to health workers, to social workers, to ensure that they are able to handle issues of sexual and gender-based violence in their countries, to have a harmonized approach and component of dealing with the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, to have judicial advocacy so that the legislation across the 13 countries of the Great Lakes are in harmony and able to be able to have decisions and practices that enhance the dignity of women and girls and protect the rights of women and girls in these spaces. We have continued as women to engage and challenge to ensure that women and girls' agenda continue being part of the agenda of peace and security. We still have dilemmas. For instance, conflict still to be a big challenge in our continent. To date, we have a challenge of migration across countries, refugees. The refugee burden continues to grow day after day. And we continue to see young women and girls moving to other continents seeking for work. There are challenges of trafficking. There are challenges of terrorism. So these are key burdens that are still challenging us. As women who are engaged in supporting refugee response, women leaders have been able to participate in the design of the humanitarian compact to ensure that key issues of women and girls are at the center, but also being frontline service providers in refugee settings to provide services and facilities that enhance the rights of women, that enhance the dignity of women, and ensure that women continue participating even within the refugee settings. They are part of the administration, they are part of the committees. So women leaders have further continued to build capacities of women trapped in refugee settings, but also women who are vying and engaging to ensure that we have peace and to ensure that we participate during the peace talks, put the position, the issues on the table, and ensure that the agreements that are emerging after that continue to push issues of peace and security and gender equality. The key persisting challenges are the continued conflict on the continent, which is getting worse. To date, we have had about 21,600 incidents of armed conflict as of 2019, which continues to persist. And this, we see also another challenge of continued sexual and gender-based violence. The impunity and the failure to handle sexual and gender-based violence is another challenge that is still a burden. We continue to see issues around elections, the modalities of elections, the issues that is highly dependent on finances, bribes and corruption, the election violence within this sphere, which makes it difficult for women to vie, to engage and be elected as viable leaders. But also we know that election is another underlying factor that triggers armed conflicts. We also see new environmental disasters and conflicts that are emerging around us, floods, we see locusts, we see long droughts that are further making the issue of peace and security a big challenge. And then public health pandemics like COVID-19 that we're challenged with currently, and the issues, the peace and security dynamics within there that have been manifested, violence against women, failure to move places and provide services. And also we notice the persistent failure to support the national action plans that have been developed in the 22 countries within Africa. Some countries are now in the third generations, others are in the second generations, others are in the first generation, but without budgets to enable the implementation of the key clauses and the actions that have been prioritized around 1325. So these are persisting challenges that are making it difficult for the women, peace and security agenda to succeed. So what would our recommendations are, our leaders? One is that to ensure that the national and regional action plans on Resolution 1325 are implemented and fully financed as a true representation of the commitment of member states and regional economic commissions to silencing the guns and advancing the agenda. Would like to also see that the meaningful and practical involvement of women in all initiatives driven by the African Union Commission, regional economic commissions, and member states to implement the GAN's roadmap. Would also want to see that the issue of sexual and gender-based violence and the impunity around it is handled, the perpetrators are tried, and that there is real action done to stop issues of sexual and gender-based violence. We would also want to see that disarmament is done and practically done around all the countries that are having warring factions. Then it is until then that the silencing the guns that we should be concluding in 2020 will be addressed. These are the key issues that I have to share this morning, and I believe that we'll continue discussing and dialogue on other emerging issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Juliet, sorry. It's been very informative and absolutely agree with you in not only the recommendations, but acknowledging and highlighting the actual steps being taken by not only grassroots organizations, but regional and continental coalitions in terms of FemWise, GIMAC, and other organizations, including yourselves, working on the mentorship and leadership of girls and women, and bringing meaningful participation and advocacy in terms of ensuring women's voices, participation, and agency is actually acknowledged, valued, and recognized by our leaders. So thank you very much. I would like to go to the next speaker, Miss Christine Odera, who is a member of GIMAC Young Women's Network, but also she's going to be talking to us in regards to women's participation and in perspective of agency in silence in the Ghana. Christine.
Thank you so much, Amina. Was that the interpreter? Okay. Your Excellencies, Honorables, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you're joining us from. And sadly, we're living out the offline community, but we are hoping that in the spirit of inclusion, we will have some of this recorded available for them at a later time for them to be able to access. It is indeed an honor to be here as a young woman. And since we've been speaking about young women's inclusion, to actually see a face of a young person included in some of these discussions. So I thank you all for making this happen. As a young peace builder, I'd also like to recognize the efforts of our very able youth envoy, the African youth envoy, Ms. Aya Chabi, and the great chairperson of the GIMAC Young Women for amplifying young women's voices and to them themselves being young women, standing in the front line and championing all these issues that youth continue to face going forward. And as young peace builders, we've seen a lot of resilience from young people, especially amidst this coronavirus pandemic. And I want to thank and appreciate all women and men who have been in the front line to make sure that they have eased the burden on some of the people. We've seen people donating monies from their pockets to help other families buy food. We've seen a lot of young people come out to even sew masks and to help other people who are in need and cannot be able to afford the masks. We've also seen a lot of young organizations making homemade sanitizers to make sure that no one is left out and no one is vulnerable in this case. And we've seen a lot of resilience from young people. And I want to personally thank you, all young people, and everyone who was included in the efforts to safeguard all the vulnerable populations. I want to thank the donors who made it possible for these young people to champion some of these voices by providing some, financial support to make sure that young people were in the front line to deliver foods, to deliver some of these waters, and to make sure that even the children in the streets were able to at least find a meal and find proper protective gears to protect themselves during this pandemic. So I thank you all young people, and I think it will be inappropriate for me to be able to speak in such a platform and not be able to recognize such efforts. I was discussing with a young lady from South Sudan who was telling me that when we silence the guns, there will be no more abductions, there will be no more rape, there will be no more displacement of people, and especially women and children. There will be no fear. And so there will be free movement to sell goods and services, to go to school, to have land to grow crops, and to have land for playgrounds for all of these children to play, to have access to clean water and healthcare without insecurity, fear, and women will become less victims. And in this case, more girls will become less victims. This is a reflection not only in South Sudan, but across the board in the continent. Peace builders are facing a hard time because the experience peace builders activities are mostly on a face-to-face value. We go to the community, we have community dialogues, we have community events and advocacy platforms on a face-to-face value. But because of the pandemic, some of these activities have been jeopardized. We fear that most girls won't be able to go back to school because of early pregnancies that have reported to be quite high in some of our countries. So the efforts to participate in peace building activities have been slowed down, especially looking at it from a young person's perspective. The protection mechanism now need more support, unlike before, and mostly financial support because of the high numbers of gender-based violence that has been experienced across the board and displacements. The structural injustices that have been experienced within the neighborhoods that have been exposed by the pandemic has almost thwarted all the preventive mechanisms, and these need urgent troubleshooting. And so the government and the private sector must continue to respect the socioeconomic rights of individuals and communities to safeguard the dignity of these young people and their human rights as well. As young women, we have grave concerns to contribute so that we can all benefit from it. We all strive to make an impact and serve our communities from the rural to the urban, because we have far-reaching consequences if we don't do something now when our generations get older. So research from the Institute of Economics of Peace shows that there's a growing peace dividend. While some countries, and here I read European countries, become more peaceful, other countries, and in this case, African countries, become less peaceful. And so our challenge here as Africans and as Africans, governments and leaders, is to find ways to use the youth dividend, which is literally here, in all sectors across the board, to help move the bar and lessen the inequality dividend to strengthen the peace dividend. I'd like to repeat this. The challenge here is to use the peace dividend in all sectors across the board to help move the bar and lessen the inequality dividend to strengthen the peace dividend, and especially in our continent. To our leaders, 20 years from now, what will you want us to remember you for? What will history books reflect on your inputs? In conclusion, I continue to urge the AU in its efforts to silence the guns, act on its mandate to push governments and the conflicting parties to prioritize protecting of women and girls, to end all acts of and forms of sexual and gender-based violence, and all the plethora of issues, and the IGAD to hold those violating the agreements accountable for jeopardizing the implementation of all these peace agreements, and include young people at all sectors in all the decision-making platforms to make sure that they are part and parcel of the discussions. We no longer want older women to speak for us. We want to speak for ourselves. And in this case, I continue to appreciate the fact that I am here today. However, we need more women to champion some of these issues. We need more women and girls, younger women and girls, to be part of these processes, to be able to share their experiences, and to be able to be part and parcel of the solutions. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Christine. And I am with you 100% as a youth, calling for your recommendations, not only to pass the mic, but to silence the allies' mics so that we can also be heard in everything that we share. I do agree in terms of your recommendations to basically find a way and merge the youth dividends, as you call it, and bring in to reduce the gap of the economic dividends and make sure that we are promoting peace, not only as absence of war, but a very collective strive of economic and cultural rights that everybody enjoys. So thank you very much for that again. Our next speaker is Mr. Mubarak Mabuya, the Program Manager for IGAD Gender Affairs, Intergovernmental Authority on Development. And he's going to be talking to us about the implementation of the Regional Action Plan on UNCR 1325 and 1820, and member states' action plans in the IGAD region. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina, and I greet you all from Djibouti. And I'd also like to congratulate the GIMAC Secretariat for organizing this pre-summit platform, and certainly addressing the issue of implementation of action plans on women, peace and security. Without taking more time, I'm aware that we have not so much to discuss this very wide topic. I'd like to introduce IGAD to the participants. Those of you who don't know IGAD, it's a regional economic community for the Horn of Africa with 8 countries: Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda, formed in 1986. So we have a wide portfolio ranging from agriculture and environment, economic cooperation and integration, peace and security, health and social development. So you can see that peace and security is part of our core mandate as a regional body, which also then confirms our relevance on this topic. We at IGAD were among the first regional bodies to develop a regional action plan. That was in 2013. And the intention then was to harmonize member state efforts on women, peace and security so that we can address shared challenges and concerns on the subject of women, peace and security. By 2013, only one member state, Uganda, had a regional action plan on Security Council Resolution 1325 and 1820. So the intention was to encourage the other member states also to come up with national action plans. And since then, we've seen action plans, national action plans for Sudan, for South Sudan, for Kenya, for Djibouti, which makes it 5. Uganda, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, and Sudan. Sudan adopted only recently at the start of this year. Djibouti in 2018, South Sudan in 2014, Kenya in 2016. Uganda is working on a 3rd generation national action plan as we speak. Kenya is working on the 2nd generation, and I understand South Sudan should also be moving in that direction. The 6th member state, Somalia, is drafting the action plan. So that means we'll be getting 6 out of 8 action plans probably by the end of this year. We continue to have dialogue with other member states like Ethiopia to come up with a national action plan, but we're aware that the development of national action plans is a discretionary sovereign decision. So member states may choose to adopt a national action plan, or they may choose to deal with women, peace and security issues through other means. And indeed, through our monitoring efforts, we've actually found that countries like Ethiopia without a national action plan have indeed carried out activities that are relevant to the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 agenda. Of course, also acknowledging the subsequent resolutions that have since been adopted by the Security Council since 2000. I will move quickly to highlight some of the what we've seen from the implementation, and I would prefer to have a conversation around how the national action plans sync with the regional action plan. Well aware that at the regional level, our work is delivered through development and harmonization of appropriate policies, building capacity, and through providing technical support, raising resources, and so on and so forth, through knowledge management, sharing of experiences in the region, so that good practices, what works can be applied across the region, and of course through research. So that suggests that at regional level, we have a limited mandate, although we've developed again a lot of work in the area of cross-border and transboundary programming, and I'll be speaking more about that. So that leaves a lot of implementation work to happen at the national level, but at the regional level, we can drive that implementation in terms of influencing national priorities in that direction. So we have noted from our own analysis that although our intention and aspiration for the regional action plan was to become a guiding instrument on how the member states develop national action plans. We have looked at national action plans and found that, with the exception of Djibouti, the rest of the national action plans actually do not reference the regional action plan. And I will point out what that has meant in terms of the scope of national action plans. We find that the analysis and narratives of the national action plans in the IGAD member states shows that these action plans will less likely refer to the regional action plan, not even the AU framework, so any other regional mechanism. And by regional mechanism, I do mean that we have overlapping member state composition. For example, some of the member states of IGAD belong to the ICGLR, they belong to the East African Community, they belong to COMESA, and I'm aware that ICGLR have a regional action plan, 1325. But when you look at the national action plans of member states like Kenya, Uganda, South Sudan, they don't refer to any mechanism, regional or continental. They refer directly to the UN Security Council resolutions. That means that there is a gap to connect the dots between what happens at national level, what happens at the regional level, what happens at continental level, to what happens at the global level. What we see is a direct link from national to global. We also find that national action plans typically focus on national issues. They're very inward looking. And then they leave the gap in terms of addressing regional and transboundary women, peace and security challenges. We have in the region, problems of terrorism and countering violent extremism. We all know that Al-Shabaab is hosted in this region. We have problems of trafficking in persons. We have problems of the proliferation of small arms and light weapons. We have, because IGAD is largely arid or semi-arid, 70 to 80% of the region, over 280 million people, is considered arid, classified arid or semi-arid, which means that we receive between 300 and 600 millimeters of rainfall annually. And this also then means that the main means of livelihoods for the communities in this region is around livestock, and we have pastoralists, some of them nomadic. It also means that the region is susceptible to frequent droughts, and most of these droughts then force pastoralists to move from one place to another in search of water and pasture, many times crossing borders, and they move with live ammunition. These ammunition are used violently, and in many cases leading to deaths, rape of women and girls, and so on and so forth. When you look at national action plans, they are not addressing some of these issues, and it will be our aspiration that we contextualize women, peace and security issues to address and attend to specific women and peace challenges in the region. We also see that when we look at the national action plans, there is a fair balance between the pillars, the 3 Ps and relief and recovery, prevention, protection, participation, then relief and recovery. But the treatment of these pillars is not even. They are heavily bent on participation and to some extent protection. But when you go to pillars of prevention, then they reduce, and then they are least addressed in the area of relief and recovery. The only actually national action plan that speaks to some of the relief and recovery issues, although not articulated as a relief and recovery issue, is Djibouti, which talks about female refugees. So that points to some gaps in the existing national action plan of 2008. And I'm proud to say that I was part of that initiative because I was working at the Ministry of Gender in Uganda then. And I actually led the process of doing that. But we were heavily bent on SGBV then. And that action plan was actually funded by UNFPA, with support from UNFPA, and heavily bent on gender-based violence. You see, you can look at it maybe as a protection issue, but also there are prevention elements there. But we don't see it flowing across the 4 pillars. But we know that in the second generation also, there was a heavy bias towards GBV. Our findings indicate that as the country evolves the third generation NAP, they are now balancing it out. They're evening out to spread to all the 4 pillars. And then when we look at in terms of funding of the national action plans, we find that IGAD member states or the governments have not funded the NAP preparations, nor sufficiently funded implementation or revisions. Most of the funding may be incidental or ancillary. It's funding intended for the regular business, but not earmarked as funding for the NAP. And I believe that people who do monitor implementation, like the civil society at country level, find it difficult to track and say this money was actually for NAP implementation. But really, there's some work that is going on in that respect. For example, the IGAD member states do participate in peacekeeping missions. They are both troop and police contributing countries, and they do fund such operations. But when you look and trace that funding, it is never reported as an aspect of implementing the NAPs. So I think the issue of tracking and harmonization needs to be addressed. We find that many of the NAPs have been funded by bilateral donors, mainly through UN Women, with the exception of Djibouti, the only country that where the funding for the National Action Plan was by the government. So moving on in terms of achievements, we find that the NAPs, I don't know that I'll call this an achievement, but maybe a good practice, is that they are well aligned with relevant international, regional, and national normative instruments, including legislation and policies. So they reflect regional and international and national normative frameworks as inspirational tools that drive that agenda. We also find that there is a trend of increased institutional commitments to increased participation of women in peace and security sectors and structures. We see that the number of women in peace support operations is increasing. We see the representation of women in security sectors at the country level also increasing, and so on and so forth. We also see that the IGAD member states have been able to establish national level coordination bodies or mechanisms to guide the development and implementation of national action plans, as well as the monitoring of those national action plans. Of course, as we'll see in the challenges, the resourcing has been inadequate, but at least you see that the platform for coordination to keep the conversation going have been established in the member states. Also, partnerships around the women, peace and security agenda is also evident in the countries. And we see agencies like UN Women and civil society being greatly involved, working with the national machineries in this endeavor. We also see that the national action plans have amplified or eliminated the need to step up action on prevention and response to gender-based violence through application of the 1325 Security Council Resolution 1325 pillars. And we also find that there is strong collaboration among IGAD member states in the context of the East African Standby Force coordination mechanism, which is acting as a catalyst for national level training of the troops, pre-deployment training of troops. And also established that gender is part of the topics that are taught for commander courses, commandant courses for those that are deployed in either AMISOM or UN missions that are spread all over the globe. In terms of common challenges, again,
Mr.
we find
Mubarak,
that
we have 2 minutes, please.
Okay, I'll wind up. There are challenges of sustaining coordination and oversight. I've mentioned the challenge of inadequate financing of the national action plans, the lack of explicitly earmarked funds for the national action plans. In terms of way forward, to IGAD, we need to IGAD and friends of IGAD to strengthen the IGAD Women, Peace and Security Forum to be a preeminent regional platform for the women, peace and security agenda in the region. We also see that we need to deepen, fast track the revision of the action plan because it has been around since 2013. So we need to fast track its revision, and we are currently working on that so that we can, again, further eliminate the cross-border issues, transboundary issues, refugees, refugee return, pastoral conflicts, small arms and light weapons, and so on and so forth. For the member states, our recommendation is to keep improving the technical quality of national action plans by the use of results-based monitoring and evaluation, and also to integrate the cross-border dimensions of women, peace and security that I've mentioned, and also to ensure adequate funding for core national action plan programming cycles, to ensure that the action plans are implemented, monitored, and reviewed or revised in time to bring on board lessons learned and to strengthen those areas that we've mentioned that we have pointed out to be gaps. I submit and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mubarak. It's very great to hear the honesty and the challenges that not only IGAD as a REC faces, but your recommendations and I guess hope for the interactions between not only civil society, but through duty bearers at the national and regional level. I would challenge, I guess, the IGAD especially to promote the basic tenets of participation, because we are seeing even that as the UN resolution has still not been met. So highlighting obviously what you said in terms of there's not much focus on protection, on prevention and relief and recovery. I feel it would be great to see the increased promotion of the first two before we can other organizations and civil society and grassroots would be able to take on the other tenets and pillars of 1325. So thank you again for your presentation, and we welcome your recommendations, and we will be promoting and pushing those as well. I would like to call on our next speaker, Dr. Jean Bosco Butera, who is a special advisor and senior chief of staff of the Office of the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security at the Africa Union Commission, who would be sharing with us monitoring and reporting on implementation of the WPS agenda across Africa. Dr. Butera.
Good morning, Jen. Thank you for giving me the floor. I've been requested, as you mentioned, to speak about monitoring and reporting on the implementation of WPS agenda. And I would like to start from the beginning by congratulating GIMAC for unwaveringly holding the pre-summit, as Ellen said this morning, come rain or shine, as demonstrated by convening this virtual pre-summit in these challenging times of COVID. Thank you, and thumbs up to GIMAC. This has been mentioned by many people who spoke before me. This year is a special year 2020, but I see it more as really a year of accountability on the delivery of the Women, Peace and Security agenda. Indeed, as we mark the 20th anniversary of 1325, the 25th anniversary for Beijing platform, and more again, especially the year of silencing the gun in Africa, it is a high time to take stock, and also we celebrate the progress we made, but understand our challenges and assess really strategies and see at avenues to overcome the barriers. 5 years ago, in 2015, when we were marking the 15th anniversary of 1325, the Office of the EU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security published a report titled The African Union, 15 Years of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda in Africa, Stock-Taking and Perspective. At the time of the report, in October 2015, Africa had 16 countries that had national action plans for the implementation of 1325. This year, then on Monday, October 5th, 2020, the Special Envoy reported to the EU Peace and Security Council that the number of member states that have adopted NAP stands now at 30 countries on the continent. This means that in the last 5 years, since 2015, we have seen an increase of 46.6% in the adoption of NAP by EU member states. This is an average of 9.3% increase per year. In the first 15 years, from the time of adoption of UN Security Council 1325, that is between 2000 to 2015, the increase was an average of 1.06% per year. As the continent, Africa has the highest number, which is the highest percentage, which is 54% of member states. But where does it come from? I should pay tribute first and foremost to the mobilization and strong advocacy by women and girls themselves through platform. Chief of them, this on platform we're on today, GIMAC. Back in 2010, there was a strong call for the AU to make sure that they walk a talk and have a designated official who will look into the implementation of the peace and security agenda. And this led to the appointment of the Bureau, the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, with a mandate to ensure that the voices of women are heard in conflict prevention, in peace building. And it has galvanized, and through really the identification of two main strands of action, which is, first of all, bridging the gap between policy and implementation, which we are talking about, but also enhancing the role and leadership of women in peace processes. Through consultative processes, it led to the establishment, the adoption of the Peace and Security Council of the Continental Result Framework for monitoring and reporting on women on the implementation of peace and security. But also the identification of gaps led to the creation, bringing together women platform, continental platform that are looking at the key areas to address, including women in mediation through FMYs that was started in 2016 at Constantine, building on training that were organized in Ghana, in Dakar. Also, which has led again to the creation of a more comprehensive platform of women towards the transformation of the continent towards agenda, the Agenda 2063, which is really a transformation, bringing women leadership to lead and to have the fact that the voice is heard very strongly. So really, we have had this happening in terms of implementation, but also in terms of the voices and the agency of women in Africa. Nevertheless, the progress we've talked about in policy framework, in the initial strengthening of the women voices, is yet to translate in, I would say, levels of delivery that really can constitute what we call a change. And I heard some of the colleagues already talking about some of this, addressing some of this. One of them addressed was the issue of the participation of women. And if we look at the countries that I mentioned that have national action plan, we have only 9 countries of those, 9 of those countries that have reached the threshold of 30%. And we have only 5 of those countries in terms of 30% in parliament. We have only 5 of those that have really reached 30% in terms of ministerial posts. And really also a vivid example that we saw even recently when we saw this in recent government of transition in Mali, women were part and parcel of the citizen movement that demanded the change. Yet, when the government was unveiled, women represent only 16% of ministers. We are in the time of COVID pandemic. Again, the centrality of women, peace and security agenda has been brought to light by this pandemic. Indeed, very quickly, we saw the levels of violence against women, sexual and gender-based violence, which was properly labeled as shadow pandemic by UN Women. And I can go back in 2014 at the Global Summit on Sexual Violence in Conflict, when the chairperson said, we must ensure zero tolerance for perpetrators of rape and sexual violence during war and peace, so that it becomes part of the DNA of police and military forces and of our society. In 2020, COVID-19 demonstrated that we are far from there. So, when the Special Envoy presented her report recently, as I mentioned, on 5th October, we showed the challenges that are really holding us back. And I can put them in 3 components, major components. This is, I would say, the continued limited political will that translated inter alia into what colleagues referred to at the beginning, the fact that really the implementation of the WPS lacks resources, very limited resources. The second aspect is the weak coordination mechanism at national levels to mobilize all stakeholders, but also regional level and continental, in delivering on peace and security. And the third one is the depth of data for evidence-based monitoring and reporting on implementation on WPS agenda. So what should we do? Because now we are 2020, we have to look at next. So how do we, again, mobilize for more? And then again, if you look at it, we do believe that really political will and leadership remain the central piece that will drive the real changes in the delivery. And this must be translated into member states. And this again was mentioned by a colleague before, taking ownership, not relying on partners, taking ownership and making sure that WPS is at the top of the agenda of our own budget allocations. We have also to strengthen, we mentioned the national action plan that we have, 30, not yet enough, we need more, but even where we are, we need to strengthen the coordination because we see that when you go to countries and have field visit where people have even localized, you see a lot of data, a lot of effort, but how do they come together and be translated into really a delivery remains a challenge. And then the third aspect is that really the process needs to be more inclusive. We know that civil society, GIMAC, others have a key role in doing this one. But when we are looking at the delivery, the contribution sometimes or very often is really limited in terms of how the interaction is with the government machinery. So we need to look at this and ensure that we do this. So it's all looking at all these different aspects and looking at ways to ensure that we accelerate through those actions. That And also in light that now we are in the commemorating period for 20th anniversary, that the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security launched a campaign which we call She Leads Peace Campaign, to once more remind the world, remind Africa that women play a key role, are at the center of the agenda, but also to mobilize all our effort to accelerate action for peace in Africa. So the campaign is a rallying call so that we can reinvigorate the energy, commitment of all stakeholders and ensure that we have an effective delivery. And this will continue through the four main areas which I can indicate. Again, it's how do we, with partners, with RECs, with countries, how do we work together with civil society to ensure that the policies that exist, that we have, are really turned into concrete action, bridge the gap. How do we do that? Through the mechanism, the fact that we have a continental result framework, which we have, now countries have accepted, RECs have accepted. How do we ensure that we build on that to have proper delivery of the commitment? The second one is through the platform I mentioned, Aulin, Femwise, and the GIMAC and others. How do we ensure that the voices, the agency of women takes central stage and not like we saw in Mali once more? And we are also looking at a strong partnership and networking. The Office of the Special Envoy is working with a network of centers of excellence to see how strong data, how evidence-based data will strengthen action of the government to proper delivery with data that makes sure that whenever we get disaggregated data, that will influence the policy and give us proper action to address the gap. And I know that my time is, I'm running short. I see the moderator, I'm sure you call me, but very quickly, I want to say really, with those small elements, few elements, I would like, again, on behalf of Madam Diop, the Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security, to reiterate the commitment of the Office of the Special Envoy of the African Union to work hands in hands with civil society organization platform like GIMAC and other stakeholders to make sure that we accelerate together the delivery on the implementation of women, peace and security, because counting, monitoring and reporting is the key path that will allow us 5 years down the road when we do another review to say, yes, we've made it from 30 to 55, and to ensure that Africa keeps the lead into this process. Thank you for your attention, and I'm look forward to an opportunity to respond to question and clarification if need is there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Butere, and we welcome and affirm your points on calling for accountability and ensuring that we are working hand in hand with governments and the regional bodies and institutions to deliver on Resolution 1325. So thank you very much for that in-depth presentation. We have gone through the first panelist, and I would like to now welcome our contributors who are going to give us 5 minutes intervention. And the first, we would like to call on Madam Soyata Maiga, the former chairperson, Africa Commission on Human Rights, Human and People's Rights. Welcome, Madam Maiga.
Merci. Merci, vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez? You are here? OK.
Oui.
Merci. Je voudrais saluer tous les participants et les participantes et féliciter les organisateurs de GIMAC dans cette période assez contraignante pour nous tous et nous toutes. Ça veut dire que nous sommes résilientes et que, quelles que soient les circonstances, nous allons à l'œuvre, nous allons justement à nous rencontrer. Et comme quelqu'un l'a dit, nous avons progrès en termes de défis, en termes également de qu'est-ce qu'il nous faut comme recommandation. Je voudrais, pour ma part, dire que le Mali, comme vous le savez tous, traverse une période assez difficile depuis 2012 avec la crise sécuritaire, sociale, humanitaire, économique et politique sans fin, due à un conflit meurtrier entre les forces armées nationales et les groupes indépendantistes d'abord, et puis après les terroristes qui sont encore dans les régions du Nord. Et actuellement, d'après l'évaluation sur le terrain, il y a au moins une large partie du territoire qui nous échappe, qui échappe en tout cas au contrôle de l'administration centrale. Et cela n'est pas sans conséquence sur les droits des femmes, puisque il y a eu, comme vous le savez, des violations graves et massives des droits humains des femmes et des filles par les terroristes, les groupes armés. Et cela continue. Ces violations ont été documentées par la MINUSMA, documentées également par les organisations de la société civile, mais sont restées largement impunies à ce jour. Il s'agit notamment de viols massifs, répétitifs, les mariages forcés, collectifs, les grossesses indésirées, les enlèvements, les flagellations. Nous courons toujours derrière une loi d'indemnisation et de réparation. Nous courons également pour avoir un fonds d'indemnisation à l'intention de ces victimes. Alors, ce conflit a été doublé d'un conflit dans le centre du pays, un conflit interethnique qui a été extrêmement dur pour les femmes, puisque des villages entiers ont été incendiés. À l'intérieur des cases, il y avait des femmes et des enfants dans le centre du pays. Et en représailles, il y a eu des exactions, des exécutions extrajudiciaires attribuées par le rapport récent du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies aux éléments des forces armées, et avec un lot toujours grossissant des veuves, des orphelins et des jeunes femmes ayant perdu tout, leur dignité, leur outil de travail, leurs opportunités. Et donc, malgré ce tableau sombre, le Mali avait adopté un document de politique genre en 2011, qui est toujours en cours, et dont la vision est de bâtir une société démocratique avec, pour les femmes, un plein exercice de leurs droits fondamentaux et à l'accès équitable à des ressources en vue de faire du Mali un pays émergent. On attend toujours effectivement cette émergence. Et le Mali également a adopté un plan national d'action pour la mise en œuvre de la résolution 1325, un premier plan 2012-2014 qui comporte un axe sur la prévention des conflits et les violences basées sur le genre, un axe sur la protection et la réhabilitation des victimes, un troisième axe sur la participation et la représentation, et un quatrième sur la promotion du genre et de la femme. Ce plan d'action, dans sa mise en œuvre, a connu plus ou moins de résultats. Il a été évalué en 2014 Et il s'est avéré que l'application au niveau des départements sectoriels a posé problème à cause de la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire qui continue, mais également faute de ressources budgétaires suffisantes et de ressources financières externes disponibles. Malgré cela, nous avons quand même eu un deuxième plan d'action national 2015-2017 qui n'a pas encore été évalué et qui n'a pas été suivi d'un autre plan d'action comme cela devrait intervenir depuis 2018. Et donc, ce deuxième plan d'action national sur la représentation et la participation a connu quand même un succès parce que en 2015, le Mali a adopté la loi numéro 052, une loi sur le quota de 30%, dont l'application a permis pour la première fois dans l'histoire politique du Mali depuis l'indépendance, l'élection de 41 femmes députées sur 147 au sein de l'Assemblée nationale qui vient d'être dissoute suite au coup d'État du 18 août 2020. Sur les progrès, dans la prévention, plusieurs organisations de la société civile se sont mises ensemble pour créer un cadre de prévention et de protection des femmes avec une assistance juridique et judiciaire des femmes devant les tribunaux, la formation des militaires sur la résolution 1325, également la formation des femmes, des médias sur la 1325 et les résolutions connexes, et également une grande mobilisation qui a amené le gouvernement à élaborer une loi sur les violences basées sur le genre. Évidemment, cette loi n'a pas encore, ce projet de loi n'a pas encore été adopté, formellement adapté, mais la mobilisation continue. Donc, les défis continuent à nous étrangler. Comme vous le savez, l'ordre constitutionnel normal a été rompu à la suite du coup d'État du 18 août. Et la société était divisée parce qu'il y a eu des mois de manifestations massives qui ont paralysé le pays, qui ont divisé également le pays, et les femmes, en tant qu'actrices politiques et économiques, n'ont pas échappé à cette division. Mais dès le coup d'État intervenu, elles se sont mises ensemble au sein d'une plateforme dénommée Plateforme des femmes leaders du Mali. Et donc, elles ont essayé de transcender leurs divergences politiques pour parler de la même voix et essayer effectivement d'élaborer l'agenda des femmes. On a organisé des ateliers de réflexion, préparation de l'agenda. Les femmes ont fait partie du comité des experts mis en place.
Women were part and parcel of the committee of experts.
Et donc, elles ont sollicité et bénéficié du soutien de l'envoyé spécial de l'Union africaine.
They were able to benefit from the support of the special envoy of the AU.
Et à cet effet, Madame Vineta Diop a organisé à l'intention des femmes du Mali
Madame Vineta Diop organized a number of
enregistré la participation de son Excellence Madame Johnson Sirleaf, ancienne présidente du Libéria et prix Nobel de la paix, présidente d'honneur de
Liberia,
de son Excellence Madame Amina Mohamed,
also Madame Amina Mohamed,
et de son Excellence Aminata commissaire
that is Commissioner for Political Affairs at the AU.
Également enregistré la participation de plusieurs responsables de haut niveau, des femmes du système des Nations Unies, de l'IAO et de Awilin, et des partenaires techniques qui se sont engagés.
Technical partners that committed to
élaborer un plaidoyer
to develop an advocacy plan and also to take into account new instances.
Des instances régionales et internationales pour garantir une représentation effective des femmes dans les instances de la transition. Alors, les femmes ont, dans leur agenda, qui a été l'autorité de la transition,
where we also see the authority for transition.
Un certain nombre de préoccupations. D'abord,
have highlighted a number of concerns.
Elles ont demandé également que soit assurée la sécurité sur l'ensemble du territoire.
Security may be provided everywhere in the country.
And une des intervenantes a dit,
and one of the participants
tant qu'il n'y a pas la paix,
said that as long as there will not be peace, there will not be development, there will not be progress.
Un lot très important de femmes déplacées.
There is a good number of women that are displaced and are living in a state of precarity. And we've had a number of solidarity missions in the north of the country, and were able to be assisted. And every day we see some intervention. And we see all the abuse that women have to live with.
Au centre et au nord du pays, et une génération de femmes complètement perdues qui ne pourront pas
there is a generation of women that are completely lost,
mettre leur productivité
and that are not able to be productive for the community and the country.
Fait que les femmes
it is as if
et c'est pourquoi les
women
ici dans la capitale sont mobilisées et pas plus tard que le 8 octobre, elles ont fait une marche réussie.
I can hear myself, and every time I hear myself, I can't hear the speaker. Can we fix that issue? Otherwise, I'm not able to interpret properly.
De sorte que les femmes soient placées au centre de l'agenda de la transition, parce que rien ne peut se faire sans les femmes.
Because nothing cannot be done without the women.
Et nous voulons évidemment exercer nos droits, mais dans la
want to be able to benefit from our rights.
Et donc, malgré, en conclusion, je voudrais dire que oui.
Sorry to cut you short. One more minute, please.
Okay. Juste en conclusion, je voudrais dire qu'au Mali,
in conclusion, I would like to say that
après l'adoption de la résolution 1325 et 25 ans après l'adoption de la déclaration et de la plateforme de
years later after the platform of Beijing,
certaines pratiques coutumières et religieuses
traditional and religious customs
et continuent encore d'influencer le gouvernement
and continuing to influence the way things are done. And we need a little bit of more political will to be able to have the right level of women's right promotion. We still see some counterproductive behavior that are not benefiting women.
Je pense que nous allons
so I believe that
à marcher, nous allons continuer à faire des déclarations.
We are going to continue to make a number of declarations.
l'envoyé spécial et de toutes les autres personnalités qui se sont engagés à soutenir
also ask all the authorities that have committed
d'aller dans le sens
to support the women of
stratégiques de
Mali,
c'est-à-dire la protection, la prévention,
to look at the protection, prevention, participation,
la promotion des femmes,
but also promotion of women.
Les élections, nous les aurons à la fin de la transition et j'espère que les femmes pourront effectivement faire valoir l'application de la loi sur le quota qui leur octroie 30% dans les élections législatives et présidentielles. Donc, je vous remercie et je voudrais vous souhaiter donc une bonne continuation des
Ask
débats.
Madame Maiga to choose the French channel at the bottom of her screen where the little Earth globe, there is an icon of the Earth globe. She should choose French. Once she has chosen French, she should mute original audio. She is interpreting on the English channel. She is not interpreting, she is presenting on the English channel. That is the issue. Thank you. Each moderator should advise speakers that they must choose the language into which they are going to speak at the bottom of their own screen. They must scroll down with the cursor to the Earth globe and choose the language that they are going to speak, and they should mute original audio. Thank you.
Please, I can hear myself, and every time I hear myself, I can't hear the speaker. Can we fix that issue? Otherwise, I'm not able to interpret properly, please.
Thank you very much for that, Madam Maiga. And just to acknowledge and affirm the voices and the agency of women in Mali. I agree with everything you've said, and definitely we will continue to push for the recommendations that you have put forward, and call for more political will, especially in the realization of women's agency in protection, participation, and prevention of women's peace and security.
I can hear two languages on.
While the translation is getting sorted out, I think we can go to the next contributor, Madame Kumba, Acting Executive Director for Femme Afrique Solidarité, to give us her intervention. Welcome, Kumba.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour Amina. Vous m'entendez? Je vais parler en français. J'espère que j'ai bien suivi les instructions qui ont été signalées par Pravina et que la traduction ne sera pas par le dessus de ma voix.
The instructions that have been given, and I hope that the translator is not going to come out at the same time.
Distingués invités et panélistes.
Distinguished guests and panelists.
Je voudrais peut-être prendre là où Maman Soyata vient de s'arrêter.
I would like to continue from where Mama Soyata ended up to first express my solidarity to the women of Mali.
Rajouter que j'aime rappeler lorsque des pays comme ce que nous avons actuellement au Mali
would like to bring to our remembrance the fact that when we see situations like the one we have in Mali, that there is a necessity to activate our operations early and put into practice the experiences that have worked and that were successful.
Et de pouvoir contribuer
and that will help us to contribute
dans la dynamique du
in the dynamic of the country and in the search for peace. What I'm trying to say is that
nous sommes appelés à vraiment mettre en place des mécanismes qui ont fonctionné, des mécanismes préventifs de conflits
operational mechanisms for conflict prevention, but also for conflict resolution. I would like to talk about the M3 strategy. For a long time, we were able to experience it, and it has become a model. And we are calling women and youth to all permanently be in the analysis and search of solutions. If all the countries will be able to practice this and implement this mechanism, we will be able to guarantee the peace and security agenda. And that will allow us
des questions qui émergent dans nos sociétés et qui, au bout de
really
quelques
work
temps,
on all issues
deviennent de
that are
vrais conflits.
emerging in our society,
Et je pense que c'est
and
ce
that
que la
have a tendency
1325
to
doit nous
become a
apprendre. Nous
real
sommes
conflict.
après 20 ans de cette résolution-là, nous avons
After
été
20 years of that
fondamentaux dans
resolution,
l'adoption de cette résolution. Nous
we
devons
have
maintenant
worked
rechercher des
towards the
mécanismes
adoption of
qui nous
the
permettent réellement
resolution. Now we need
de
to
ne
look
pas
for a
être
mechanism
après,
that will
mais
help
être
us
dans le dispositif
to
et
be
en permanence.
proactive
Donc
and
moi,
to be
ma
in
contribution ici
the
aujourd'hui, c'est
permanently in the
d'inviter
disposition. And my
ce
contribution
mouvement,
today
cette
is
plateforme de GIMAC,
to
pour pouvoir
highlight
s'investir
that movement
dans la mise en
on this
place
very
d'un
platform and
mécanisme
ask that we
qui nous
may
permette
invest
réellement
our efforts in really
de mettre
developing
en
a
œuvre
mechanism that will help us to
ces actions-là que nous
all
savons
these
peuvent
actions
fonctionner
that
et
we
peuvent
know
prévenir, mais
can
également
work
nous permettre à
and
contribuer
prevent,
valablement
but
à la résolution
also
des
help
conflits.
us contribute towards
Je veux dire la
conflict
mobilisation, l'abnégation, mais également
resolution.
le
And
monitoring.
here, of
Ma
course,
deuxième
I'm talking about
contribution
mobilization
va
and
plutôt dans le
mediation.
sens des
My second
renforcements de capacité. Je
contribution, I'm
pense
here
que
talking about
cette nouvelle
capacity
ère doit aussi nous
building.
rappeler que nous
I
devons
believe that this new era has to
mettre un
remind
accent
us
important sur le
that we
renforcement de
must
capacité, mais également le
stress
développement de
on
curricula qui nous
build a
permettront
capacity
de
building
renforcer davantage les jeunes, les
see how we
professionnels.
can
Nous
strengthen
savons que le
our
Covid nous a
youth,
permis de
our
découvrir que nous
professionals.
devons former
We
au-delà
know
de nos
that
frontières en utilisant
COVID-19
les moyens
helped us to understand that we are
et le
able
digital, les
to
moyens
work
informatiques
even
et
beyond
d'enseignement en
our
ligne. Et nous
borders
avons
using
aujourd'hui besoin
digital and
de former et de
computer
capitaliser sur les
skills.
formations que
So
nous avons
we
jusqu'à présent.
need to be able
Préparer les
to
jeunes et les
mobilize
femmes
the
à
skills
avoir
and
toutes les
to
capacités et les
also
outils nécessaires pour
have
être des vrais
our
défenseurs
women and our
de la
youth
paix. Je pense que je m'en
sufficiently
arrêterai là pour ne pas
skilled
être
towards
trop longue
conflict
et
prevention
je
and
remercie encore le
resolution. I think
secrétariat
I
du
will
GIMAC
stop
pour
here, and I would
avoir
like
bien voulu
to
organiser
thank
cette
the
rencontre et
Secretariat
remercier
for
également tous les
organizing
participants
this meeting, and I would
présents
like to
en
thank
dépit
all
de
the
tous les défis de
participants.
calendrier
Know that we've
que
had
nous
quite a
savons
number of
assez
challenges
difficiles en
with
cette
our
période du
different
mois d'octobre.
calendars
Merci
in
beaucoup.
this month of October. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kumba, and for your interventions as well. I would like to go to the next contributor, Ms. Catherine Kwanje, of Yumbe Women Mediators Network. Ms. Catherine, are you there?
Hello, Amina?
Yes?
I've been checking and it seems she's not connected, so probably we'll
Okay.
move to the next presenter. And
no worries.
Thank you.
Okay. I would like to go then to the next contributor, Ms. Diago Ndia, the president of REPSPECO. If you could then give your 5-minute intervention, please. Thank you. Madam Diago? I think you're on mute. Madame Diago, can you hear us? Okay, we will try to connect.
Yes, yes.
Oui,
Vous
oui.
m'entendez? Voilà, je
Oui.
vous entends. Voilà. Vous me permettrez de remercier très chaleureusement GIMAC pour la tenue donc de cette téléconférence et également pour nous avoir invités et nous donner l'opportunité de nous exprimer sur cette question si importante. Mais avant, j'aimerais emboîter le
I would like to go in the same sense as Kumba. First of all, to congratulate her for the speech, but also to congratulate the Malian women for the resilience during this transition period, starting, of course, with the protests. Even though they were not able to be given the forefront, still they were able to play a very central role. Now, for this meeting, they've asked us to just say on a political level what contributed to the advancement of our efforts in our agenda of women, peace, and security. I believe that I would like to associate all the women organizations from the civil society into this reflection, because we actually have the same challenges. So the political will of the decision makers has contributed to the development of a number of action plans on women, peace, and security in a number of countries in Western Africa. That is my first point. The second observation is that in all these countries where action plans were developed and implemented, there's been a real accent and emphasis put on the participation of women on issues of peace and security. And we have noted that there was enough coverage and also government and partners were accessible on issues of women, peace, and security. The implementation of mechanisms of early warning have also contributed in making accountable a number of these women associations on this agenda. And we are now committed in a number of countries, namely in countries where women's rights were really violated. And the security challenges in Western Africa, and particularly in the Sahel, with the activities of terrorist groups, have contributed in strengthening the participation of these women in the search of sustainable solutions. So this is what I can say on the political side.
À la mise en œuvre effective de l'agenda femmes, paix et sécurité.
Now, for the effective implementation of the women, peace, and security agenda,
de ressources financières et
we
matérielles
have to understand that we do not have enough resources in order to accompany the number of projects that we have at the national level and beyond.
La disponibilité de ces fonds devrait permettre de soutenir
if funds were available that will be able to support the efforts that the number of NGOs and other community leaders are trying to make out there. We have noted that our parliamentarians and other
le cadre de prévention des conflits de la CEDEAO, appelé CSOs,
when we look at ECOWAS
de la paix et de la
and
sécurité de l'Union africaine.
Peace and security architecture in the AU,
les capacités
it is important to build the capacity of decision makers so that they are able to really take ownership of these peace instruments.
Et en 3, on nous
Number
avait
3,
demandé de formuler
we were asked to make a request if we only had one request to make on decision makers at the regional and national level, what would it be? In order to advance our agenda, I believe that we are asking and recommending a better integration of women in the political spheres and institutions, and also prevention missions. And for this, we have to put in place the necessary conditions to allow women so that they will be able to be in those decision-making platforms or positions. We must use the quota systems. We must succeed into implementing the parity in Africa. And that will mean that we would have to mobilize the necessary resources for a better functioning of institutions that are dedicated to the promotion of women, of peace and security, and of the rule of law.
Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Diago. Just for the next panelists, I want to make an announcement in terms of the interpretation. If you are speaking in French, kindly go to the interpretation button on your screen and just speak properly and mute it completely. Not mute it, sorry, click on the off option so that the translator is able to translate without the voiceover. Thank you very much.
Merci.
And I would like to go to our next contributor. I want to check if Miss Catherine is back online with us or would require a few more minutes before her intervention. Okay, so we are gonna go straight into the last contributor, Ms. Salim Boumien, founder and CEO for Common Action for Gender Development. You have 5 minutes, Sally, to give your contribution. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings to GIMAC for bringing us together to talk about women, peace, and security. I will particularly be talking about Cameroon. I'm sorry for the quality of my voice. Cameroon has had a national action plan in the women, peace, and security agenda, which is a plus to it. But that same national action plan has been tasted with the conflicts that we experience in our country. Par tous ces conflits que nous avons expérimentés en Afrique,
the conflict in the north, Boko Haram, and the English-speaking regions of Northwest and Southwest.
Sorry,
So,
Sally.
Excusez-nous, Sally.
The interpretation is over Sally's voice, so we can't really hear her.
Just to come in, we're trying to sort that out, the interpretation. It looks like it's been disabled, but we're sorting it out right now.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Sally. Kindly proceed.
So with this prevailing situation in Cameroon, women have not been sleeping. The women have been working to see that we have peace. But now we realize the women peace and security agenda is next to nothing if there is no collaboration between the government, the women themselves who push this, and the African Union and even the United Nations. That's where the Cameroonian context becomes very peculiar. The National Action Plan of our country, this 2020 marks the end of it, but it is coming to the end of that first phase when we have had serious challenges of war. The women have been there responding, but the communities, the government and leadership are yet to look at the contribution of women in peace building. They continue leaving them at the level of recovery and relief with the enormous support that they give to the communities. And that's why we can say when we had the Grand National Dialogue in Cameroon to discuss the conflict in the Northwest and Southwest and the well-being of the nation in terms of peace and security, women were grossly sidelined. We have different women movements in Cameroon who have been on the ground working for the return of peace, starting from Association pour la lutte contre violence faite aux femmes in the north by Aisha Dumara. You come down to Northwest and Southwest, where you have the Southwest Northwest Women's Task Force that I lead, and other women movements that have been working to build peace. But when it became the time to discuss these political processes on how to solve the conflict, these women were sidelined. And then now the women, we were worried that following the WPS agenda, it is not just about power sharing and political actions. It is the entire well-being of the community, and local peace builders as women is important. That is where we, in Cameroon now,
C'est important et c'est pour ça qu'au Cameroun,
there is a disconnect between local women peace builders and the enlarged action for peace and security. That is when we question, how then are we sure to guarantee peace and security if the real peace builders who serve as a database, victims and survivors of the conflict are not included in the peace process? So that's when I will use this opportunity to make a call for the Cameroonian setting that the conflict in Cameroon should not be neglected. It should be given attention by the AU by strengthening women's movement like FAMWISE, African Women Leadership Network, to be able to come in and start training these women movements, putting their voices together so that they are equipped and ready for every eventual peace process within the country. That is something that has a disconnect with the WPS agenda because there is this lack of political will. If we have an action plan that has been for years and has not been funded with funds, then the AU can step up a system through the gender office of the AU to be able to follow and hold countries accountable. I put Cameroon as one, to be able to tell them in practical terms what they have done to include these local women peace builders who have been the people piloting the discourse of peace and security within the context of Cameroon. Over the media, in our different platforms, you see Cameroonian women peace builders crying out far because of the gross violence that is being perpetrated on women and girls, especially during this conflict time. That is very frustrating. But what is happening? There is nobody coming out to the aid of these women. That is when the networking across Africa for the women peace and security agenda has to be activated to support countries like Cameroon, whose women are crying out for justice for women. Because you can come to Cameroon and see the number of cases that women have been violated, beaten, slaughtered, and videotaped and put on social media, and the government is yet to say anything, or the separatist forces are yet to say anything.
all they can do is say we did not do it. So the protection and security of women and girls within the conflict is left in the hands of local women peace builders. That's where the WPS agenda becomes very, very challenging to be able to engage. So we call on institutions like the AU and other women's arms that are attached to it to be able to come in support of women movements within conflict-affected areas, especially when they are experiencing a traumatic, deadly, and violent conflict like that which we are experiencing in Cameroon. I'm sorry, there is a noise in my background where I am. Near my office, there is noise. I'm so sorry. I can't control my neighbors or what they are doing. So the WPS agenda of women, local women peace builders like the ones in Cameroon, we need support from these other women movements, either by amplifying the voice, like in Cameroon, we have a ceasefire call that was made by the women of Cameroon that are building peace. We have ceasefire call from them. We are yet to see this ceasefire call being pushed by other agencies working for WPS. So what we can propose is for GIMAC to continue pushing the synergy amongst women peace and security actors should be more stronger in such a way that any country that is in distress, when they call out, other sister countries should take up this call, amplify it so that they can have the support that is needed within their communities. If that is done, we are certain to show that women's voices will be pushed, participation and representation will be optimal. The last but not the least, the WPS agenda should not be given an elitist face, like it is just for classy women in big offices. The agenda should respect the contribution of grassroots women who are the first respondents to violence. They respond following the 4 pillars of the WPS agenda. But sometimes within the peace process, they fall off along the line. The track discussions do not include them. It is our responsibility as GIMAC on this platform to propose to EU and other member organizations and women movements to come up with a mechanism that supports these women and prepares them for any eventual action within the 3 tracks in the peace process. Women should not just remain the trumpet blowers of violence, but they should be participants at the level of discussing violence and ending this violence. So we call on, I will end my presentation by thanking GIMAC for this opportunity to speak, and to also make a call to all other lovers of the WPS agenda present in this conversation that turn your eyes to Cameroon. We have an ongoing violent conflict that is deadly. There are so many women movements out there in Cameroon that have been putting their voices to see that it ends, but we are shouting in a room alone because powerful platforms like this one are yet to add their voices to the conversation. So, in a nutshell, for the WPS agenda to be a reality, we should transcend borders and not limit ourselves. The WPS agenda should also function like another AU where a member state is a member state and women's issues are women's issues. Other sisters can pick. I stand in solidarity with our sisters in Mali for what they have been going through. I stand in solidarity with our sisters in Uganda and South Sudan. And we think that it is this coming together with our voices for WPS that is going to push women's contribution in it. And we hope that our country, Cameroon, and many other countries will not only encourage us to do action plans, but will give us the political will by bringing the funding that is needed for these plans to be a reality. Thank you. I'm sorry for the noise behind me. I couldn't help it.
No worries, Sally. Thank you very much for your intervention. And we stand in solidarity with all the women in Cameroon and really, really, really support your intervention in calling for solidarity across the continent in not only the cessation of violence across Africa, but acknowledging the different levels of participation from women peace builders. So thank you very much for that. I've been informed that Catherine is now online. So we will call on Catherine Kandre. You Yumbe Women Mediators Network to give us her contribution and intervention for 5 minutes. Catherine, please.
Hello, Sandra. Can you confirm Catherine is connected?
Okay, so as we wait for Catherine, I will just check how much time we have for this session.
We have 15 minutes.
Okay, so maybe in the meantime, if we can go to Q&As while we wait for Catherine to join in, and as soon as she joins, we will revert back to her. So I will just speak on the questions. Okay, we would like to open the floor for attendees to basically share their interventions. Elisa, can we do that?
Yes, I'm checking if anyone has raised their hands. Amina.
Okay.
Doctor.
So if you have any interventions, please do raise your hand and Elisa will pick on you.
Okay, I see a hand. I see your hand, Dr. Ajayi. I'm just going to unmute you. Dr. Ajayi, I've unmuted you.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Ajayi, we can hear you.
Okay. I would like to congratulate everyone that has been able to speak on the panel today, and more importantly, to congratulate the Office of the Special Envoy on the achievement in pushing member states to adopt the NAP. I remember when we started many years ago. I really am very happy today, and hoping that Dr. Butera will, by next year, will be talking about 40, 45. And I want to congratulate them for all they have done, and I hope that more importantly is that the countries that have not adopted their NAP, members of GIMAC in those countries should engage their the leadership of their country in ensuring that this is done. One of the reasons why we are all together, first, is to learn. Two, is to also see what has been done by other people and how they did it, and be able to push. Because if the GIMAC members can also push their countries to do same like the other 30 countries, by next year, I'm sure the Office of the Special Envoy will be able to have more reports to present in terms of countries that have adopted. So I want to appeal to all of us, those 25 countries. We should all work together from now on, make it as part of our recommendation and our commitment to push our member states, to engage them to also adopt this NAP. We need to work and assist the Office of the Special Envoy to be able to do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. I would like to call on Romeo.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis ravi de faire partie de cette réunion. Et aujourd'hui, nous parlons de paix et sécurité. La paix ne va pas sans la sécurité. Pour construire une paix durable, il faut des compromis et le pardon. Les États devraient porter une oreille attentive aux revendications des communautés et engager avec elles des dialogues francs, directs et sincères. Je préfère insister sur ce thème de dialogue franc, direct et sincère, parce que le dialogue, c'est un échange entre plusieurs parties. Et il a besoin, pour une paix, d'être franc, d'être direct et sincère aussi, d'être profond. En ce qui concerne les violences faites sur le genre, pour éradiquer ces violences, moi je pense que dans cette promotion-là, la sensibilisation doit être accentuée. Nous devons, par des moyens participatifs, je précise bien participatifs parce que il y a les cultures qui sont assez sensibles et des traditions aussi. Nous devons, par des moyens participatifs, sensibiliser les communautés à l'abandon de certaines cultures et traditions qui sont dégradantes et inhumaines pour la femme en général. Beaucoup de conflits sur le continent résultent d'une absence de dialogue franc, sincère et direct. Dans chaque processus qui vise à promouvoir la paix, les femmes doivent prendre la place qui est la leur parce que la femme en général est celle qui est plus victime de ces conflits. Et j'invite ici les organisations non gouvernementales telles que nous sommes là à œuvrer dans la sensibilisation, à apporter un appui conséquent en termes de formation, en termes d'accompagnement aux communautés qui subissent ces violences. Nous, à Youth for Peace, nous faisons la promotion de la paix. Nous amenons les jeunes, les vieux et les gouvernements à œuvrer pour cette paix à travers le dialogue. Et je suis très heureux de faire partie de cette assemblée. Et j'ai appris beaucoup au cours de cette réunion que je ne manquerai pas à partager avec mes collègues et membres de l'organisation. Merci déjà et bonne continuation à nous.
Thank you very much, Romeo. And I'm glad you've gotten some new knowledge from this. It really gives us then hope to continue and affirms the work that has gone behind GIMAC. So thank you very much. I would like to call on Isabella.
Isabella, we've unmuted you. Please go ahead. Isabella Saki. Hello, Isabella. I also have Catherine. Catherine, we've unmuted you. Are you able to make your presentation now, Catherine?
Yes.
Thank you, Catherine.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Kwajim Michael, a South Sudanese refugee living in Bidibidi refugee settlement in Uganda. I've been trained by Women's International Peace Center as a peace mediator, and we have got the skill and the knowledge on peace mediation as one of the way of building peace in our community. So as peace mediators network in Bidibidi settlement, we are making significant contributions to conflict prevention and peace building. We are able to identify and mediate cases in our community, before it escalates into active violence. This has helped us reduce conflicts in our community. So we thank so much the Peace Center. As Peace Mediators Network in Yumbe and Bidibidi Settlement, we are role models in our community, and we make sure that peace starts with us and our family before we take it out. So we are role models in our community, and when anyone has any issue, any conflict in the area, they always come to us to mediate upon and solve that case. So we work together with the RAC3, that's the Refugee Welfare Council, to solve some of these cases. So we are really very happy with it. By doing this, we are building peace in our community, and it has really reduced it has reduced conflicts, the rate of conflicts in our community. Mostly we see there is a lot of domestic violence in our community, in the refugee camp. But then because of our intervention and as they built our capacities as the peace mediators, we are able to see that there is peace in our community. As we do our work as peace mediators, I want to present you some of our recommendations we want to share today with you. Our recommendations, we are asking all government national action plans on women, peace and security should be included. Women, peace and security should be included, as also they should include us, the refugees, and all our needs. Because since now we are in the settlement here, we are requesting the government of Uganda to include us in their national action plans on women, peace and security. The other recommendation, the second recommendation, we are recommending that the African Union should include us, the refugees, in all their efforts to silence the guns in Africa, because we believe that our voices matter, and as refugees, we can also bring peace in our community, and we can cause always a change. The other recommendation, our voices as refugees should also be considered during the peace process in South Sudan. We are here in Uganda, but we can also contribute. Now we feel we have been empowered. We know how peace benefits and how living peacefully, because it's because of conflict at home there in South Sudan. That's why today we are living here as refugees in Uganda. So we are also requesting that let our voices also be reflected in the peace process back home in South Sudan. The other recommendation I would like to present is that to enhance and strengthen the capacity of all grassroots women to promote peace, right from the household level to all, because women, we are always the champions, we are always the first. So if the capacity of women is built in promoting peace, we shall always see that our community will live peacefully. So let's reach out to all the grassroots women also to preach this gospel of peace. Together, we shall see that there is peace among women and in the community, in all the community. My last recommendation is that there is also need to promote a protective environment for women and girls from sexual and gender-based violence, so that to reduce, because there are so many tragedies that are performed when there is conflict. Women suffer most, we suffer so much, our children are affected, and us also ourselves, we are really affected. So we are also requesting that let there be a protective environment for us, the women and the girls, from those sexual and gender-based violence. I thank the Peace, as I conclude, I want to thank the Peace Center and UN Women in building our capacities and amplifying our voices as refugees. When we're in South Sudan, we really didn't know about what peace is about, what peace building is about. But because now we have come to Uganda, we have been given the opportunity. We know how peace is built, how to maintain peace, and we really feel that this is a step ahead. We are so happy. We are so happy as refugees. We are happy that our capacities have been built in different stages, and we pray that we let them continue helping us and building on our capacities and also amplifying our voices as refugees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And I do echo your recommendations, and I affirm everything that you've just said, especially the inclusion of refugee voices in peace processes and in silence in the Ghana in Africa. So thank you very much. These are recommendations that we will definitely be taking forward. I would like to thank all the panelists and contributors for sharing their interventions and experiences and challenges in working on silence in the Ghana and advocating for women's inclusion in peace processes. We have 5 more minutes to go, and I would like to go back to the attendees and ask for interventions on the floor. So please kindly put your hands up if you have a comment.
Yes, Isabella. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Isabella. Isabella? I think they have unmuted you, so you may speak, please.
Isabella's mic is on. I believe probably she might be having problems talking because I can't even see her mic moving. So
we also have Sandra. Sandra, please proceed.
Sandra is muted.
We have unmuted Sandra. Please unmute yourself from your end.
I also see Dr. Butera's hand up, so if you would like to share something.
Thank you. If I may come in, it's not just reacting what Dr. Ajay said and thanking him for that contribution. And I think it's a very, very, very positive and very forward recommendation. My suggestion is that I share with GIMAC Secretariat the list of the 25 countries that have not yet adopted National Action Plan, and he did call on GIMAC members to work with our office strongly to see how we can have those countries deliver on that in the coming few years. I mean, he was talking about next year, but we can look at how it's implemented. But I think it's really good to have, to enhance the partnership with civil society, with GIMAC, to have this one done. And we have the National Action Plan, and then we'll be looking also at how do we ensure that we have the delivery in terms of monitoring. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra? Okay, so if there's no more interventions, I would just like to thank everybody who's taken the time to listen in and contribute as well. I would like to thank all the participants, the panelists, and the contributors. This has been such an informative session and absolutely very comprehensive interventions. Sorry about that. We will be taking forward a lot of the recommendations that we've had today and be making an outcome document from this session. And I would just want to highlight and call again for a lot of the things that have been said throughout this whole meeting, this whole session, really promoting women's agencies, recognizing and valuing their participation in peace building efforts in Africa, but also wide across the world. It is within us, and absolutely solidarity matters, but also political will that we need to keep calling for to actually effect change. Just lastly, peace is not the absence of war, rather the promotion and realization of all rights for women and girls across Africa. So as we continue to push for silencing the gun in Africa, let's continue to call for inclusive peace where women and girls are leading in that as well. So thank you very much, everybody, and have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you so much, Amina, and all the panelists. Pravina? Pravina, are you connected?
Yes, Elisa, I'm here.
Over to you.
I think that, Elisa, we are at the point where we would call on the next panel. Am I correct?
You're right, Pravina, but just to remind you about our short health break.
Yes. Oh, sorry. I'm just, so we will take it's our 10-minute short health break that we're taking here?
Yes, yes, Pravina.
Yes. So we do have translators, and you have, although they are changing over, but also with us using a virtual format, you also need to just take a step back so that you can absorb all of this very rich presentations we're having. So we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back to the next panel, and our chair will lead us on the next panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are back from our health break, and I would like to check if our colleagues are here, the moderator Ferrari from the Rosaria Memorial Trust, and check with Ms. Ado Kafuo, Dr. Reverend Lydia, Mr. Joseph Pito. Are you colleagues here?
Yes, good morning or good afternoon.
Okay, Farai, are you here?
Lydia is
Okay.
here.
I'm checking for Farai for now, please. Okay, if that's the case, we're going into our human rights session, prevention of and responses to conflict-related sexual violence. I'd like to call in our first speaker, Ms. Adao Kafua. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, excellencies, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ajua Kufo. I'm speaking from the UN Human Rights Office, OHCHR. And we are, as usual, honored to be part of this discussion and to be part of the work of GIMAC. This is the panel on prevention of and response to conflicts-related sexual violence beyond COVID-19. I'm going to focus my very brief intervention on what the office is doing and what we are seeing on the ground resulting from COVID-19. We are, of course, getting more as an office. We are getting more information on the effects of COVID-19 in our work taking place in conflict and post-conflict countries. As elsewhere, there are worrying trends, including the area of resources and health system and the impact on women and their fundamental human rights. As we are now, I believe, over 6 months into the COVID pandemic, and as the pandemic becomes part of our everyday realities, protecting needs of women and girls, which were already significant, and I think has already been discussed this morning, have increased in these settings. In peace mission settings, due to restrictions, there was a decrease in patrolling, decrease in physical presence of UN troops, escorts by UN, our human rights teams, and humanitarian convoys were all limited, which of course resulted in limited monitoring and investigation of conflict-related sexual violence. And of course, this means there is an increased risk. It is still a little bit soon to have an evidence-based assessment of the impacts of the human rights of COVID on women in conflict, but we know the backbone of the MARA, which is the monitoring and reporting arrangements, is data. And if you don't have data, we don't know what is happening. Yes, we think, even though this is the case, the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which the previous panel spoke on, which is obviously strongly grounded on international commitment on human rights of women and gender equality, offers us a strong guidance for how we can do our work to analyze and avoid or mitigate the potential negative impacts of public health measures, preventative public health measures on women living in such settings. I'll give the example, of course, in Africa, as globally, the most worrisome development that we all saw as a consequence of COVID was the rise in gender-based violence. And across the UN peace operations and special peace missions, this is, of course, an issue of significant concern. It was a concern before COVID. It has been a concern during COVID. CRSV has been, and we are familiar with this, as a key risk for women and girls. And in countries like DRC, we saw where a state of emergency added additional difficulties and risks. These measures meant that Efforts to fight impunity, such as investigations and mobile courts, were delayed or suspended. CRSV does not wait for these measures to pass, for COVID to pass. Those who will perpetrate violence do not wait. These things continue. Women continue to be at risk. In South Sudan, our Human Rights Division of the mission documented serious human rights violations by national defense and security forces in the context of the enforcement of COVID-19 related restrictions. In addition, information across UN missions highlights there are increasing pressure, not also on basic economic and social and cultural rights. We talk about economic and social rights because, of course, its impacts on CRSV. Access to health, food and water, and food insecurity means women will go further out and leave themselves especially vulnerable. And this, coupled with a decrease in patrols, is especially concerning for us. As elsewhere, women are, of course, more likely to be disproportionately affected. They are more likely to seek medical care. And this includes sexual and reproductive health rights, including pre and postnatal care. COVID-19 measures doesn't mean women have not been getting pregnant or have not been giving birth. Life has continued. Some of these services are still required. As we are talking, we know this year, I'm repeating what we already know, is the 25th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, and also the 20th anniversary of the Security Council Resolution 1325. Both had groundbreaking ambitions for gender equality. However, with the spread of the COVID-19, as an office, we are seeing, and there is a risk, that the limited gains that we have made in the past could be rolled back if we are not vigilant. With the rights of women and girls and their perspectives sidelined in the urgency of finding immediate solutions. But we also know, as with any crisis, the pandemic presents us with an opportunity to reshape the world into a more just, equal, and sustainable one, transforming deeply entrenched social norms around gender that have posed obstacles to our women's stereotypes, and using this as an opportunity not only to promote gender equality, but to silence the guns. In conclusion, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic has dramatically affected the work of the UN Human Rights Office and the UN Monitoring, Analysis and Reporting Arrangements, the MARA, which was established under Security Council Resolution 1960, and which we use as a framework for reporting on CRSV, has not been spared. But what we do know, what the virus, as I said earlier, has not changed, are the needs of survivors. What has not changed is the right to physical integrity and bodily autonomy. Also, what has not changed is the fact that war and rape continues on our continent, in Central African Republic, in the DRC, in Somalia, South Sudan, and in many other places. Now, when we look at in this climate of intersecting crisis, one thing is clear, and we agree, and that's why we're having this meeting, that's why we are honored to be part of this GIMAC. It is time to silence the guns. It is time to amplify and unmute the voices of women. And this is something that is a rallying cry, we say every year, but with this COVID, this is a particular opportunity for us to seize. The UN Human Rights Office, we are supporting concrete actions around the Secretary General call for a global ceasefire. And this global ceasefire requires all parties to cease the use of sexual and other violence. What we are doing globally on SGBV and on CRSV, there is a UN political engagement strategy that the Secretary General has on COVID and on GBV, which CRSV is a key component, which was endorsed in August. We haven't had much time. This is led by UN Women and all UN agencies, and we are part of that. And we are currently supporting the development of a work plan. We look forward, as we operationalize this strategy, to work with CSOs, to work with the GIMAC network, to make sure we draw on guidance that CSOs have, the women leaders have, the women human rights defenders have on the continent to guide our work. We also will draw, of course, on the work that CEDAW has done and the special procedures, including the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women, but of course, also the work of the AU Special Envoy, Madam Benenta, and the AU Special Envoy on Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Women in Africa. Thank you very much. I will end here. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Adao. I'd like to call in Dr. Reverend Lydia. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, respected moderator, Your Excellencies, and distinguished participants. The All Africa Conference of Churches, AACC, where I am the Director for Gender, Women and Youth, thanks the organizers for the invitation to be a contributor to the 36th GIMAC meeting human rights session. AACC is the largest ecumenical body in Africa, which counts for over 140 million Christians in 42 African countries. It partners with FBOs, CSOs, AU, UN governments, and multilateral bodies to address issues affecting the continent. With its observer status at the African Union, AACC works through its liaison office in Addis Ababa to promote information sharing and cooperation with the AU component institutions, and other regional bodies, carrying out advocacy on behalf of the churches and voicing out the ethical and spiritual values to be upheld. Women, peace, and security is a key area of focus in the AACC strategy 2019 to 2023, which includes involvement of young people in peace-building processes in Africa. So what from a policy perspective has worked to advance AACC's efforts on CRSV based on our experience? Number one, opportunities for advocacy for women, peace, and security at the African Union level. For example, in February this year, AACC and Side by Side Faith Movement for Gender Justice carried out lobby activities and a side event on gender, women, peace, and security in Addis Ababa in conjunction to the 33rd Ordinary Session of the Assembly of the Heads of States and Governments of the AU of 9th and 10th February 2020, whose theme was Silencing the Guns, Creating Conducive Conditions for Africa's Development. Among other achievements, a communique with key recommendations from faith leaders and AACC youth representatives was submitted to the relevant diplomatic missions for inclusion in discussions on gender, peace, and security during the Heads of State Summit. Number two, development of AACC engendered peace and security framework in collaboration with UN Women, SRO, and religious leaders. AACC has developed the AACC Engendered Peace and Security Framework, which is founded on the provisions of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 and integrates the AU Agenda 2063 and SDGs by mainstreaming them into programs and activities. The framework is also aligned with the African Peace and Security Architecture articulated by the African Union. An implementation matrix that will operationalize the framework has been developed. Number three, establishment of AACC Youth Platform in the continent to advocate for positive changes in policies and agreement made by the AU, guided by the UNSCR 2250 on youth, peace, and security. The platform is currently holding consultation forums on silencing the guns in different countries and collecting signatures to facilitate the initiative. Number four, engagement with AU WGDD, GIMAC, UN Women, UNFPA, ICPD 25, faith-based organizations and CSOs, among others, to enhance gender justice. AACC, for example, brought religious leaders together to give input into the AU strategy for GEWE, thus influencing gender justice at the policy level. Through AACC, religious leaders participated in the Nairobi Summit, that is ICPD 25, and read their commitments to enhance SRHR. AACC has been present in several GIMAC pre-summits at the African Union, contributing to policy change. We are also increasing participation of men in the fight against SGBV, because currently we are setting up a platform for men for gender justice in the continent. So our biggest policy implementation barriers that we are facing is, first of all, lack of immediate and adequate access to health care in conflict settings where such facilities are lacking. Lack of political will from duty bearers, that is, for example, governments, politicians, some of who do not prioritize CRSV. Lack of budget provisions in many countries, fiscal policy, thus crippling implementation. So what are the key asks? Number one, investigating and prosecuting offenders responsible for sexual violence, including those in positions of military command and control. The police and security forces require awareness creation on the impact of CRSV to the survivors, as well as capacity building on how to handle CRSV cases. Number two, victim and witness protection policies need to be put in place, as this will encourage reporting by survivors and witnesses without fear of retaliatory attacks. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Lydia. If you just join us, welcome, and thank you for joining us. This is the 36th GIMAC pre-summit meeting under the theme Silencing the Guns, Creating a Conducive Conditions for Development. That was Dr. Lydia under the human rights session. I'd like to check if Ms. Farai has joined us.
Hello, Nontobeko. Sorry, Farirai is having difficulties with her internet.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Lisa. If that's the case, I would like to move on to Dr. Joseph Pitso. So the floor is yours.
Sorry, Dr. Joseph couldn't connect.
Okay, if that's the case, I'd like to call in Miss Mirene Male, our contributor from the GIMAC Youth Young Women Network. Can you join us, ma'am?
Sure. Hello.
Sorry. I can see Mr. Joseph Pitso joined.
Mr. Joseph?
He's with us.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I joined around past. I think, I couldn't find the speaker and the video. It's only now I'm seeing it after raising my hand. I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
No problem, sir. You've got the floor.
My name is Joseph Pitso.
You are muted, sir.
I'm the Senior Program Officer as well as the Head of Gender Unit in the Southern African Development Community Secretariat, that is SADC. And I don't know if we're still, I'm still to talk about prevention and response to conflict-related SGBV, because I joined a little bit late. I had power issues here. Is that what we are supposed to discuss? What was furnished to us?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Yes. I just talk, or I don't know the modality of how we discussed. I just say anything that we are doing, or you are asking. Can you?
Elisa, please intervene here. What was shared with Mr. Joseph?
Okay, Mr. Joseph, we're very happy to have you here today with us. I believe we have shared a few questions with regards to the topic of the discussion, which is prevention of and response to conflict-related sexual violences. And we have shared with you a few questions that we would like you to address. If you already have a presentation on that, you can proceed. But if you would like us to raise the questions and you respond, we can do that as well.
I think if you raise the question, because we had issues with our internet this week, almost the whole area, because we're working from home. So there's I've seen invitation coming from the Executive Secretary's office, but it did not have the questions you are referring to.
Okay, Mr. Joseph.
I don't know, that's it.
Okay.
And ask the questions.
Yes, I will proceed. So the first thing that we would like you to touch on is with regards to the legal frameworks and strategies that the RECs have put in place, particularly in your case, SADC, to advance the capacity of national justice systems in responding to conflict-related sexual violences, and particularly, specifically to combat conflict-related impunity for sexual violences.
Okay. Yes, we are doing a lot. I'm happy to report that the Secretariat, the SADC Secretariat, we have in 2018 the ministers responsible for gender and women affairs approved a strategy, regional strategy on gender-based violence. That is basically an overarching strategy that is supposed to guide the member states on how to respond to the issues of gender-based violence, including sexual gender-based violence. We also have women, peace and security agenda strategy that is also having elements that look at sexual gender-based violence. And it is through these two instruments that we have an international cooperating partner in the person of European Union, who are actually sponsoring or funding activities that are targeting member states to capacitate member states to respond to sexual gender-based violence. And there's also a warm body trying to drive this thing called the program officer for human security, who is basically implementing the elements that are responding to this conflict-related sexual gender-based violence, issue. We are at a moment, actually, next week we have a workshop where we are bringing the police, we are bringing the justice system, and to capacitate them on how to respond to issues of sexual gender-based violence. And we have been also developing instruments like standard operating procedure, referral mechanism to try to help member states on how they can link up the response, because as you know, issues of gender-based violence is multidimensional. It entails health, looks at the psychosocial, the police, as well as the justice system, even the community at large. And because of that, we have also held some workshops with we have had the regional partners meeting. That was before COVID, actually in December, where all those who are stakeholders in dealing with issues of sexual gender-based violence were brought in, all the the development partners like UNFPA, like UNESCO, UNICEF, and the like, including even private companies like the Ford Foundation and many others. We've also, when we had this workshop, the idea was to actually sensitize them about the availability of the gender-based violence framework, a strategy and framework of action, and trying to see what they're doing and trying to really harmonize and harness the activities that are being carried out, because there's also a danger when you are dealing with, like in our case, where we are supposed to be coordinating, and there are so many partners. Member states can actually be, inundated with, same demands and, activities, and so we wanted to actually harmonize those activities. We have also worked with the Regional Women Parliamentary Caucus of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. And at the moment, as we speak, after that, the meeting of the partners meeting, as well as the regional workshop that we had, there was an idea that we should have gender-based violence model law. And as we speak right now, we have just got the consultant and UNFPA, SADC, and others, but mainly SADC Parliamentary Forum are overseeing that process of the development of gender-based violence model law. We have also been on, and under COVID, we have been working with, development partners like UN Women, offered a consultant to actually, collect information from member states to actually, showcase what they are doing, what their problems are, and so on and so forth. As you may be aware that under this COVID, the reports that are coming in is that there is an escalation of gender-based violence, as well as child abuse, and so on and so forth. So basically, the idea was to collect information and weekly to sort of like see what is happening. But obviously, because other countries have lockdowns and so on and so forth, the information was rudimentary to a large extent, in the sense that it was just sourced from online and so on and so forth. And where possible, of course, people would be interviewed, but to a large extent, it was just, what was online. I think I'll stop there and respond, because I can go on and on. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joseph. Maybe you pointed out that there is lack of data in terms of tracking conflict-related sexual and gender-based violence. So maybe in that regard, what particular initiatives are in place, or you're trying to, in your engagement with various actors, including member states, what are you trying to do to particularly address this gap, so that there is a data and an evidence-based response to this particular issue?
I didn't get the question. I think we're cutting a bit. Can you speak slowly so that I can hear, please?
Can you hear me now? Yes,
please.
Okay.
You're loud enough.
Okay, so you pointed out that there is a lack of data in terms of tracking the gender-based violence that are happening at the country, at the member states level. So that being one of the gaps, as a RECs, maybe what initiatives are you trying to put in place to address this lack of data in addressing and collecting information related to sexual and gender-based violence?
Okay, maybe I should, at outset mention that last year we had actually it's something that has been ongoing for a long time. When I joined 2015, I found that there was a request from the Directorate of Organ on Politics and Security. That's where the police basically and the soldiers and many other security organs are situated. They had asked for the conducting of regional comprehensive study on GBV. So last year, we were disseminating that in terms of getting a baseline as to what is happening in each country, we have that information. And we also have monetary evaluation reporting framework that through the implementation of that survey that I'm talking about, that we call it the JBB comprehensive study, we realized that there were some questions that were not, smart enough in terms of getting the information. That some of them were double-barreled, they were ambiguous, and so on and so forth. So, as we speak right now, we are reviewing. That aspect of monetary evaluation reporting framework through the help of UNECA. And when I was talking about the gaps, I was talking about getting information, what is happening on the ground under COVID, because the desire is that, as things are happening, we should be able to really get information and inform decision makers what to do. So there are those places where information is galore, like in South Africa, but there are other areas which I can name and shame. I'm mentioning South Africa because they are doing well in that regard, that you can hardly really understand what is happening on the ground. So that is where the problem is. But in addition to that, in terms of campaigning and sensitizing and so on and so forth, we have also been, working with the German government. They are producing information. Where they are on the ground, like in Zambia, in Lesotho, and South Africa. They are producing information in the form of videos and so on and so forth, and we put that in the platform in our portal for other member states to see the response. That is I don't know if I'm responding accurately to your question, but basically what I'm saying is that we are having challenges in getting reliable and valid data as to what is actually happening under COVID in the member states.
Thank you. Maybe so. How would you see, how would you see the role of various actors in really supporting the collection of adequate, reliable data? Apart from the RECs, we have AU representatives here, civil society organizations, UN organizations. So how would you, what would be your proposal to really address this gap?
The idea that so far we have mooted, even, and maybe I should also mention that 2020 was the end of our regional indicator strategic development, strategic development plan, the 15 to 2020. So we've started the 2020-2030, where now we are endeavoring to engage the civil society, including academics and so on and so forth, to assist. But there are other international cooperating partners like the German government, the EU, and so on and so forth. Even last week, there was a meeting where even the World Bank, where they are offering funds to see how best we can actually coordinate, data collection, not only on GB, but even on other. Pardon?
Yes, we're listening. Please continue.
Yeah. But they are still at the proposal stage where the proposal is being, evaluated and so on and so forth. So in terms of the goodwill to fund the collection of data, we have and we are going to have resources, but as to how practical, like I was saying, it will be. It is what is one cannot commit to say that it will be smooth, because like I'm saying, there are other countries like my own where out of the blue, sometimes I wouldn't say out of the blues, maybe it's not the correct way to say it, but there will be a lockdown for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and so on and so forth. And even right now, our borders are completely closed. which means it forces us to get the consultants from here. And if we don't have consultants, how else are we going to do it?
Okay,
other than virtual?
Thank you so much.
It's a difficult question. I realize I'm failing to answer it, but we are not sitting. We are trying to see how best we can actually mitigate the problem.
And that is the reason why we're here to, the platform is for more discussion. So maybe one additional and final question would be that maybe if in your discussion with you said that you had a conversation and workshop with the national justice systems and also engagement with member states with regards to conflict-related sexual violence and gender-based violence. So in addition to the data, maybe what are the other gaps that we really need to note down and find a way to resolve?
No, there are gaps, of course. Like one of the issues that was I don't know how other countries are solving it, but in our region, the contentious issue was the cost of GBV itself, in terms of whether there should be a development of a tool that will try to codify how much GBV is actually affecting the gross national product or gross domestic product and so on and so forth. It's for some people it is a major gap, because they're saying there's tendency among politicians to poo-poo the effect of GBV. So for them to actually take it serious, there's need to come up with a tool that will demonstrate beyond reasonable doubt the cost of a person who has been a victim of GBV, if they are failing to come to work and so on and so forth, and the health, and so on and so forth. So it's one area that, so far it's a contentious issue here. The other issue is that, the priorities, because our study, for instance, demonstrated that GBV is also a function of poverty. Of course, there are other things like structural barriers and so on and so forth, like the cultural and blah, blah, but it's a function of poverty, to the extent that if a person is being abused, some of them, they get stuck in relationships simply because they have no other option. How best can these people be helped? And again, in our area, in our region, very few, countries have a place of safety and shelter for the victims of GBV and so on and so forth. So these are some of the things that are major gaps. Because if we had that, being effective, we would be knowing right now exactly what is happening. But the lack of those places of safety and shelters and so on and so forth also creates a problem of really knowing what is happening, because people are stuck in the abusive homes.
Okay, thank you for that point, Dr. Joseph. Maybe we already touched on the gaps, but if you'd like to, maybe if you would share with us what have been the achievements, a maximum of 1 to 2 achievements from SAC-DAC in terms of really addressing this issue, or any achievement that you would like to highlight.
I think the major achievement is the political will, that really, it will be a travesty if I do not mention that the leaders now in the SADC region have noticed that this is a national crisis. If you look at what is happening in South Africa, if you look at what is happening in Botswana, in Zambia, and so on and so forth, the political will now is there, and the leadership, the presidents of these countries are really taking this, a bull by its horn in terms of really sensitizing people. For me, that is the critical thing that I can say I can say kudos to these leaders, that now they are seeing that this is a problem. The other achievement, like I was saying, is that almost like in our region, we have 15 and now 16 countries with the joining of Comoros. All the 15 countries now, they have national action plans on responding to national gender-based violence. And we're working on the Women, Peace and Security strategy agenda, where now at the time of formulating this strategy, we only had 2 countries, but even as we speak right now, we have 4 that have already completed, and we have another 4 that are developing. We will be now, with the help of UNDP, AUC, and strengthening capacity of RECs, they are now going to help us also, capacitate other countries that are still behind. And the other issue, I know you asked for 2 achievement, is that before when we were formulating Women, Peace and Security agenda, there was this idea that because we are not largely a conflict-ridden region, we should not really be talking about, Resolution 1325. But in terms of advocacy and lobbying, we had to actually demonstrate that when we are talking about Women, Peace and Security agenda, we're not just talking about, conflict per se in terms of wars and so on and so forth. Issues of sexual gender-based violence, they fall within this purview. And that has really been, accommodated, and we see people really now beginning to talk more about these issues. There's a lot that I can say, but in terms of instruments, we are really developing a lot of it. Like I was saying, we have validated guidelines for member states on GBV using the
Thank you so much for that, Dr. Joseph. I give the floor to Nentobeko. Back to you, Nentobeko.
Thank you so much, Wadasi and Dr. Joseph. Just a key teaser from the session from Dr. Joseph is that the issues on GBV are multidimensional, and there's an issue on getting data, accurate data. So those are the main issues. But I like the point or the recommendation that he made when he talks about the fact that within the SADC region, there is political will to sensitize the people, political will from the government. It's important to note that without the political will from the important structures or the decision-making structures, nothing will move forward. So I guess this region is somehow towards the right direction or towards silencing gender-based violence, because the main thing is that we want everyone to be free and to be respected in terms of their human rights. I thank you, sir, for that. Now moving on, I'd like to call in our first contributor, Ms. Marine Male, GIMAC Young Women's Network. Ma'am, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Please join us.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's my pleasure to be here to share with you as a young woman. And I think I will be sharing with you guys tonight on the young women perspective on eliminating all forms of violence against women and girls in Africa. So far as the other panelists have been speaking in English, permit me to continue in French, please. Alors, ce que je disais tantôt, c'est que je suis très contente de participer à ce panel et de partager avec vous sur le thème qui m'a été assigné, qui est celui de la perspective des jeunes filles par rapport à l'élimination de toutes les formes de violence contre les femmes en Afrique. Vous conviendrez avec moi qu'il y a déjà, le panéliste précédent a parlé des instruments qui sont mis sur pied au niveau de sa région, et nous savons même aussi qu'il y a des instruments qui existent au niveau africain. Mais moi, en tant que jeune femme et militante locale, je fais le constat selon lequel les instruments existent bien et bien, mais la loi ne suit pas. Si je prends par exemple le cas du Cameroun d'où je viens, on s'est rendu compte récemment qu'il y a une augmentation criarde de violences basées sur le genre au Cameroun, déjà pour 2 raisons. La première raison est que on est en crise, on est la crise du nord-ouest et du sud-ouest, la crise de Boko Haram dans l'extrême nord. Tout à l'heure, dans la session précédente, il y a Sally qui en a vraiment parlé de long en large et elle a bien élaboré là-dessus. On voit de plus en plus, et aussi avec l'avènement du coronavirus, dans tous les pays africains, il y a une augmentation de violence basée sur le genre. Je ne vais pas vous épargner de vous dire que, surtout pour ce qui concerne des violences sexuelles, notamment le viol sur des enfants mineurs, des jeunes filles, et même des femmes, des violences conjugales. Alors, aujourd'hui, je pense qu'il y a suffisamment, en tant que jeune femme africaine, il existe suffisamment d'instruments qu'on continue à mettre sur pied. Mais moi, le constat que je fais est que ces instruments ne sont pas transformés en loi dans nos pays. Parce que si la loi contre les violences basées sur les genres était vraiment mise en application, un violeur ne pourrait pas partir impunément. Je viens tout à l'heure, avant d'entrer dans le panel, de lire une histoire vraie qui s'est déroulée toujours chez nous. Une jeune fille de 12 ans qui a été violée. Et quand on arrive à la police demande d'aller s'entendre avec la famille du violeur. Et il y a 500 000 francs CFA qui sont versés. Et l'affaire est classée comme ça sans suite. Des cas comme ça, il y en a partout en Afrique. Des cas comme ça de violence sur des filles et des femmes, c'est tous les jours qu'on en rencontre. Alors, moi, j'ai besoin, j'appelle ici, je pense qu'il est important que tous ceux qui sont en train de se battre pour qu'on ne puisse plus assister à une seule forme de violence sexiste en Afrique, nous devons encore plus nous mobiliser. On doit essayer d'avoir des structures, des organes de suivi et d'évaluation de ce qui est fait, de ces instruments qui existent déjà, qui éradiquent déjà ces violences qui sont perpétrées tous les jours. Comment est-ce que ces violences sont transformées en force de loi? Oui, les pays ont ratifié les instruments, ils sont partie prenante. Est-ce qu'ils les mettent en application? C'est la question que je me pose. Et encore plus avec la crise du Covid-19, la pandémie qui a vraiment encore aggravé la situation des femmes. C'est-à-dire que si la situation était déplorable avant, vraiment, elle est encore plus actuellement. Et je pense qu'il faudrait qu'on trouve des moyens en tant que jeune femme africaine, je pense qu'il faudrait qu'on trouve des moyens de pouvoir vraiment transformer ces instruments en force de loi, de pouvoir mettre sur pied des mécanismes de suivi, de pouvoir non seulement de suivi, mais aussi des applications pour qu'on puisse effectivement avoir des données. Parce que ces violences sont commises au quotidien, mais malheureusement, il n'y a pas de moyens de collecter les données qui permettent de pouvoir mener à bien le plaidoyer pour que cela ne puisse plus se refaire. Donc, pourquoi ne pas créer des applications qui pourront aider ces femmes-là? Pourquoi pas? Aujourd'hui, on est à l'ère de la technologie. Et si on veut parler de l'élimination des violences faites aux femmes, on doit pouvoir utiliser tous les moyens qui sont en jeu. Donc, pour conclure, je dirais que on a encore beaucoup de travail à faire. Il y a beaucoup doit être fait. Le constat ne se fait pas seulement au Cameroun, ça se fait au Mali, ça se fait au Nigeria, ça se fait partout. Et vraiment, je pense que j'appelle ici à la société civile, dont moi également j'en fais partie, que nous puissions vraiment nous mobiliser d'une façon, vraiment de la manière beaucoup plus qu'avant en fait. Alors, je vais m'arrêter là. J'espère que je n'ai pas épuisé mes 5 minutes. Voilà. Thank you very much. I think I'm done.
Thank you, Marina. Just to acknowledge our participants who are just sitting there, being part of the discussions. We thank you for staying with us for this long. We've got the chat box. Please go to the chat box. We'd like to hear your thoughts and your opinions. There's a Q&A session. Please go there, ask questions. We're hoping in the next half an hour, we'll go to the questions and pull your thoughts. So be part of the discussion. Tag us on Facebook and on Twitter, hashtag GIMAC36. I'd like to now call in our second contributor, Ms. Adele. Ms. Adele, are you online? Ms. Adele Safi, President.
She couldn't be with us today, Ms. Adele.
Okay, she's not online.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe we can open the session for discussion.
Okay, so with that said, our president, Wudasi, has spoken, but I'd just like to point out one point of the many that Ms. Marina Male pointed out, is that why not use technology towards curbing the issues related to gender-based violence? I think that is very key and important. So I'd like to open the discussion to our attendees, our participants. Please, can I see your interest by a raise of your hand to participate? And we'll have you muted, unmuted, I mean. So I am also noting a comment on the comment section from Ms. Selin Ngube, who's saying that SADC has also commenced the process of drafting a SADC model law on GBV. Ma'am, would you like to give us a few pointers, one or two, what that model is about, and how can other RECs and regions and CSOs can look into this model? Selling Nube. I have Isabella. Can we unmute Isabella?
I can confirm I've unmuted Isabella.
Isabella, the floor is yours, ma'am. Isabella, please unmute yourself.
Okay. Waiting for Isabella, maybe Sally can go.
Sally, are you online, ma'am? Okay, while we will wait for Isabella and Sally, I am noting a comment on the Q&A session. I'm hoping one of our interpreters helps us with that. I think Romeo put the comment in French. Romeo, are you online? I am acknowledging Azia Mbumba. Can we unmute Azia Mbumba?
Azia, you are muted. Please go ahead.
So Elisa and Udasi have unmuted you, but you also have to unmute yourself. So look out for that. Azia, you have been unmuted. You have the floor, sir.
Oh, bonjour, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Oui, moi c'est Esaïe Mbumba. Je vous parle de Goma, est de la République démocratique du Congo. Et moi, ce que j'aurais voulu essayer d'intervenir, je parle d'abord pour le compte de l'Organisation paysanne pour le développement durable. Ici, chez nous, à l'est de la République démocratique du Congo, je pense que les problèmes que nous avons par rapport aux violences faites aux femmes, il faut que la résolution 1325 et ces résolutions connexes de l'ONU, il faut que ça soit vulgarisé dans des langues locales. Si ces lois sont vulgarisées dans des langues locales, je pense que toutes les femmes auront l'amabilité de comprendre c'est quoi d'abord la résolution 1325 et il faut connaître leurs devoirs, ce qu'ils doivent faire à tout moment par rapport, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de barrières qui sont liées, soit au niveau de la coutume, il y a des forces, il y a la religion, tout ça bloque beaucoup de femmes par rapport à la revendication de leurs droits. C'est ce que moi j'aurais voulu essayer de mettre comme mon point de vue. Merci.
Thank you much, Mr. Mbumba. We've got Dorcas. Dorcas, can you unmute yourself?
Dorcas, we've unmuted you. Please go ahead from your end. Click the unmute the mic button.
Dorcas, can you unmute yourself?
Sally, if you can hear us, you can Okay, Dorcas. Oh, Dorcas, we have lost you, but I also see Sally. Sally, are you connected?
Okay, I see Madam Kumba. I give you the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Nantobeko and all team again. Yeah, I just wanted to react quickly on this panel. I really welcome the idea of the previous speaker to say that we have to translate in national languages our resolution and instruments. I think it's very, very, very important. But I will also add on that how do we capacitate men in preventing gender violence? How can we commit them in, maybe it's true what he proposed, translating in national languages, but I think they have also to become the first advocate for gender violence. And lastly, I would also say that GIMAC has also to strongly recommend the setting of one-step centers, because, you know, as Milen just said, there is a lot of impact in our society, and we are not yet taking into consideration the psychology and the effect those violence, and also it will allow maybe the women and young girls to be able to have the force and the willing to go and to get support, because they will find lawyers, they will find mothers who will listen to them. So I think we need really to also have that model. As I said in the previous panel, what we need now is to document our models and make sure that we are putting them. I talk about the 3M strategy earlier on. Now I'm really calling on the one-step centers, and also how do we involve men and boys through education, through sensitization, so they take the agenda on their own. Thank you very much, and thank you for all the panelists. Have been a very good discussions.
Thank you, Madam Kumba. I'm recognizing Rumba Zai. Elizabeth, please unmute yourself, ma'am, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nontobeko. I'd also want thank you to all the speakers for really raising really quite critical issues. And also just to add on to that and say that we need to strengthen also our early warning mechanisms so that we're able to identify conflict early, and also able to strengthen our response mechanisms to the way in which we address violence, and also ensure that the interventions that we use, or the interventions that will address issues of sexual and gender-based violence are strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'd like to call in Miss Farai Umbods. I won't attempt the surname. I would respect her. Please, ma'am, can I have your reactions in terms of the entire session? If you can hear me, please unmute yourself and be part of the discussion.
We also have Sally now unmuted. Sally, you can go ahead.
Hi, no, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I just wanted to say it's been a very insightful discussion thus far. Unfortunately, I had some technical problems, so I only caught the second half. But I wanted to comment on two things. I think the first one was around translating all the instruments that we have in place into local languages. I feel that will go a long way in safeguarding young women specifically and women in faraway communities once they are aware of the rights, the human rights that they have and the human rights instruments that are there to protect them in a language that they can really digest. And then secondly, I just wanted to echo the sentiments of the last speaker, where she spoke about having better early warning systems. And I think it goes again to the philosophy of really trying to safeguard young women before sexual violence happens, not only in conflict, but generally as a principle. I think that will go a long way in really just making Africa a more prosperous place. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Can we recognize Jesus Saki, Jesus Lynn Saki? If you can unmute yourself. Sally, I see you, your hand is up. Can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much. So I was just sharing to say SADC is now in a process where there have been the prioritization of consolidating expertise and also ensuring that there is an established regional model law that provides a benchmark for offering the highest standards of norms that national legislatures should strive to emulate or duplicate that could be used in various jurisdictions that face GBV. So now currently there have been consensus, the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus made a resolution and work is in progress. So I think other regions could also emulate and learn, and Dr. Joseph also on the panel can also attest to that, because we also at SADC region have had an opportunity to have a SADC model law on ending child marriages and even updating the protocol to safeguarding and being firm as a region around ending child marriages. The second issue I wanted to share around gender-based violence is that with the COVID context also came in the new dimensions of gender-based violence, specifically on online gender-based violence. So as Africa, we are also now called to duty and to prioritize our ICT, our information and communication technology, and also online safeguarding instruments and ensuring that we also firm our existing laws, policies, and infrastructure that should respond to gender-based violence. Zimbabwe also managed to do an assessment to check on the increase of gender-based violence during COVID-19 lockdown times. And there have been developments around even seeing that there have been public gender-based violence that have been perpetrated by enforcement agents who were enforcing the COVID regulations. So the other emerging priority for recommendation is also independent mechanisms for reporting state agents perpetrated public gender-based violence. So violence perpetrated by the police or by the military personnel who are enforcing lockdown. Then lastly, what COVID did also was exposing the weaknesses of our institutions or our gender-based violence response infrastructure. So some of the recommendations around Africa prioritization is to look into issues around how the gender implementing machinery capacitated, or are they ready to cope with the increased numbers? And should we be in a situation of emergencies, what is the readiness for us to prevent exploitation and have a rapid response mechanism that can cope with what is there? So I would say in the Zimbabwean case in particular, the analysis exposed that we have weaknesses in the infrastructure that is set up and it's time for tooling up. Then lastly, the issue of domestic resources. So most of gender-based violence responses in African countries are funded by international partners. Yet the national budgets are not prioritizing or allocating resources. So my last recommendation would be around African member states need to now prioritizing in their budgets, or we can also go the route of the Abuja Declaration of having us to have a target percentage of the national budget to be allocated to gender-based violence response. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sally. I'd like to recognize Jesuslyn Saki, if you can unmute yourself. There is also Romeo. If you can unmute yourself, say, I see your hand is up. Please join us. I see my colleague is trying to unmute themselves. While we're there, I just want to pull out the key points that the colleagues have said, as we go back to who we are and how we relate to each other in terms of Resolution 1325. It should be popularized and translated to local languages. So the policies and infrastructure should speak to me in my language so that I can implement it. And also the point from Madam Kumba, who raised the point that while we advocating for space for women and girls, how are we bringing men to this table? How do we capacitate our men in preventing GBV? I think that is a very important point as she raised. And another point that came up was let us document our models. We, our actors in our own communities, are doing work, and we are doing peace building, conflict prevention, we're doing gender-based prevention of gender-based violences. So how are we doing that? Let us start documenting that and showcasing those case studies, because while the context may be different in South Africa and Zimbabwe, but how we solve the problem, we may find that there are lessons that we can take for each context. So it's important that we document our models. Another point was that let's strengthen our response mechanism. I thought that was very important. Let's not be reactive to the challenges that we face in terms of human rights and gender-based violence, domestic violence, in conflict management. Let us preempt and pre-plan and have our early warning systems in line. And with that point said, we are the civil society, are the foot soldiers, and we are in our community where we can already pick up the fault lines, the indicators, and we can inform the bigger structures in that sense. And another point that's coming out strongly is the use of technology. Ms. Sally highlighted the GBV online ICT. She highlighted the importance of that. I am very clueless about it, but I think it's a topic that we need to expand at some point. With that said, I'd like to call again, I think time is permitting on our side, call again our panelists to give reactions to what has been said, a quick contribution and reflection before we move back to the participants. I'd like to encourage you colleagues that we are here to have a conversation, a discussion. We would like to recommend how we can be impactful, how we can influence policy at an AU level. So it has to be the voice from civil society. Go to our chat box and put your comments and your ideas and your recommendations. We'd like to put them out there. We've got our rapporteurs who are taking points on this session. So we'd like that our outcomes document be impactful and be reflective of what we are saying as the citizens of Africa. I'd like to start with Ms. Adao. Ms. Adao, are you still here?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
2 minutes.
I don't have much. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I don't have much to say or to add to what has been said already. As you rightly said, this is a forum for CSOs to share what they would like to see being done. And I guess some of the recommendations are also equally applicable to us in the UN. So I'm also finding this whole conversation interesting and informative, and I will be taking forward some of the recommendations. So I rather allow our partners and our interlocutors to speak, the CSOs. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Lydia, are you still with us?
Thank you very much indeed for these very rich discussions. I would really emphasize on, bringing men on board to be strong advocates for gender justice and child protection. I have heard from one of the speakers about the religious actors being an impediment to gender justice. At the All Africa Conference of Churches, I would really like to say that there is will from leadership. For example, the All Africa Conference of Churches General Secretary, Reverend Dr. Fidon Mwombeki, is a male champion for gender justice. And so he's really supportive of my department to reach out to men, because there must be willingness from religious leaders themselves to address issues of GBV, and especially now sexual abuse, because of the teenage pregnancies, the high level of teenage pregnancies and adolescent pregnancies just now. So at the AACC, we are on the move to promote gender justice, and we'll do everything possible to reach to the religious leaders. For example, we are just now organizing the 16 days of activism, and we really want to bring religious leaders to tell us, what are you doing about SGBV at the moment, and issues of peace, women, peace, and security. So we look forward to continued collaboration with GIMAC to protect women's rights and rights of children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lydia. I would like to break from the panelists for now and go to the participants. I see Victor, your hand is up, sir. Can we unmute Victor? Sir, can you unmute yourself?
Hi there, can you hear?
Yes.
I want to also add my voice on the issue of male inclusion in ending SGBV, with a particular focus on promoting positive masculinity among adolescent boys, to say that maybe our approach has to start from boys in the infantile stages, because the boys that are there today, the adolescents, are the men of tomorrow, to promote particularly a respect for women and a respect for gender equality, both in terms of peace and in terms of conflict. For men and boys to know, even from early stages, that sexual violence and the deliberate transmission of HIV and AIDS cannot be used as a weapon of war, or as a weapon, or as a tactic for religious and what do you call it, for religious and spiritual rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Victor. I see your hand, Sally, is up. Would you like to have the floor again, ma'am? Okay, I'd like to read out Sally's recommendation that's on the Q&A. Recommendation: African governments to ensure ICT service providers' prices are gender responsive, to reduce the digital divide, and to ensure equitable access to ICT. I hope our colleagues are getting those recommendations coming in. I think we are still well within time. Elisa, how do we proceed? Do we have more questions, or do we take a health break and then move to the next session?
Thank you so much, Nontobeko. I believe we didn't have a lunch break, so I received a comment to just say, if time allows, maybe we take a longer break and then come for our last session.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for that. Now it's, I think it's 15 15:35 East African time. Can we be back at 1600 East African time? Would that be okay? We have a 25 minutes lunch break.
For me, it sounds good. I mean, we'll remain, the link will remain open, and we'll start checking on our panel at say 14, which is what, 14:45?
It's
25 minutes.
15:35.
Yeah.
15:45
minutes. Saying about 25 minutes. Please, we'll check the panel for the next session. Thank you.
With that said, we off to our lunch break. We'll be back in 25 minutes. Thank you. Hello, Elisa or Wudasi.
Yes, Nantobeko.
I think we are ready to start in 2 minutes. Do we have our moderator and the panelists for the next session?
Our moderator is yet to join, but Sally, you are here with us, right? Sally, we have you around, right? And Keith? Keith is with us. I think Sally is also with us, but probably she hasn't returned back.
Okay, so we're just gonna wait a bit. Let's give it like 5 minutes and then we'll try and start then to see when the moderator is back and the panelists.
Christian, you're with us. Please confirm if you're with us.
Hello. Yes, I am.
Okay, and we have, thank you, Christine. And we also have Kumba from Mali, right? Yes, we have her. So I'll follow up on the rest and let you know within a few minutes.
Hello, Das. I've just sent the Zoom link again to Madam Thelma. She's trying to connect.
Okay.
Elisa, I see Madam Thelma as an attendee. Can we promote her?
Okay, I'll quickly ask our colleagues Adelaide and Udasi to do that since the host
It's
is
done.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. Elisa?
Yes, Madam Thelma, good to have you.
Here now. Okay. Are we all on?
Yes, I believe we can start. We have 3 of our speakers and 2 of our contributors. So I believe we can start while the rest join in.
Okay, very good. Let me welcome all of you to this session of the GIMAC. It's unusual having this kind of a GIMAC because we are used to having GIMACs where we sit on a panel in front of a room full of about 300 people. But we might have more people now than the 300 we always have for GIMAC. So welcome to all of you. The panel we're having right now has 2 parts to it. The first part is on accelerating the participation of women and girls in the electoral processes. And the second part is on silencing the guns. And that's within the peace and security area of the usual GIMAC discussions. We are fortunate to have the panelists and contributors that are here. Some are already candidates in the field. We have one who's a presidential aspirant, shall we call her? And people who have considerable experience in working with women in the area of peace and security. So we want to welcome all of you and hope we can have a very useful discussion. Thank you all for joining, and I hope you will be active participants. Please make sure you put your questions on the chat. I'm going to put up the chat now and let us know what you are thinking, reactions are to the panelists, so that we are able to interact with each other, even if we are virtual. So I would first like to call on Madam Sarah Ngube, who is from Zimbabwe. Could you kindly introduce yourself when you begin to speak? And this is to all of the panelists. Kindly introduce yourself. And after introducing yourself, then let us know which of these two topics you're going to be focusing on. And you have no more than 7 minutes, because there are people who want to contribute and we would like to give them all a chance. So I'm going to call on Madam Sarah Ngube. You have the floor now, Madam Ngube. Is Madam Sarah Ngube on? Elisa?
Madam Sadi, are you? Dr. Talma, let's continue with the next speaker. She'll be joining us shortly.
Okay, very good. Then our next speaker is Mr. Keith Andere. Maybe he can introduce himself and then get into his topic. Okay, Mr. Andere, you're representing the youth. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thelma, and good afternoon, the rest of participants, distinguished members, and everybody else on the live stream. It's really an important discourse that we are having now, and I'm going to give perception and looking towards the linkage of governance, peace and security and stability, but also at the same time, looking at how do we strengthen governance to silence the guns. I'll be focusing more on acceleration of participation of girls and women in electoral processes and political participation. Now, I think to start us off, we've seen some tremendous numbers on the continent in terms of growth of women participation within the last decade, where we've seen growth of women participation from about 7.9% to 18.8%. This is still very, very low in relation to the various frameworks that has given women quota of 30% representation within the governance and political structures. I still think that 30% quota is not enough, and women and girls shouldn't and wouldn't be limited to this quota as a way of right into the leadership position. Politically, there are a number of various factors that has been a barrier to allow young people to participate into the electoral processes as well as political participation. One of them is violence, political violence. If we look at the political landscape of Africa and look at the conflicts that we actually have in Africa, most of them are either perpetuated by election violence or political instigated kind of violence, or is one that is allied towards resources, the sharing of resources, which again has a political angle and lineage to it. The second thing I think that is a barrier into political participation of young people is actual financing of election and election processes. Africa conducts one of the most expensive elections in the world, and this does not just end from the very top end of it at the presidential level, but even down to the grassroots level. The cost of elections are very, very, very high. And this has significantly reduced the ability of young people, and specifically women, to participate in political processes. So we are clearly seeing that there's an interrelation between political participation and economic empowerment. And therefore, for us to get more women to participate in the political processes, we need to empower women. We need to work on ensuring that they have ability to create wealth. And this will allow them to even give them a footing and standing to mobilize the political resources that one needs. The other aspect, again, is education. Politics is a place to influence policies and make policy and law. And as a result, we've seen, and various research has actually shown, that many uneducated people or lack of access to education has hindered participation effectively of young people, and in this regard, young women and girls into the political sphere. And the third thing is intimidation. We've seen a lot of intimidation towards young people and women specifically, where they're being intimidated to coming into the political spaces because then it's perceived to be a man's playing field. There's also been a challenge of the party governance structures, where many of the times women and young people are not sitting on the decision table of the political parties, but then being used as a caucus to sort of galvanize the political party or mobilize voters towards that demographic, either because they are women or because they're actual women. And because of that, there hasn't been a deliberate effort in many African countries that allow young people to actually participate effectively. Within the election processes, we've seen a lot of bad governance, so to speak, or so to call it, within the structures that actually organize elections. Many times these are a political job that are either appointed by people within power and not secured by the constitution. And this actually translates to favorism or actually reward to cronies by those within the political elite to ensure that their interest and representation is actually done. As I conclude, Madam Moderator, my recommendations are as follows. One, we need to ensure that there is funding for women and girls who actually run for political seats on independent ticket because of the barriers and the bottlenecks within the political.
Hello, Keith has gone offline.
Hello, can you hear me?
No, you had just started your recommendations.
Okay, I'll try again.
Yeah.
Okay, the first recommendation is actually creating a fund that supports young women and girls who run for political seats. I would also like to encourage that this focuses on women and girls who run on independent ticket, because they need to actually pull together the resources to run their campaign and to.
You're gone again, Keith. Hello, Keith?
Is actually ensuring that we bring the perpetrators of political violence into justice, because this has been a tool that has been used to intimidate young people, to intimidate women, to come into spaces through which are perceived to be of men. And the third thing is creating strong institutions to ensure that political differences, political conflict that may result as a result of the results that we actually have justice and we actually have trust to the justice system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Keith. Very impressive list of the constraints that women face. I think you covered practically all of them. And thank you for your recommendations and suggestions. You're quite correct. We need to have the money, and that has been a very crucial problem as to how to put this money together for supporting women who want to step into the ring. I like your point about the political parties and women running as independents, because political parties are very controlling in terms of where candidates stand on issues. And it's important that women should have independence of thought and independence of voice. So thank you very much for those points. And of course, your points about the impunity and the integrity of national electoral commissions are big issues in question. Thank you very much for those contributions. I think they were excellent. So let me go to the next speaker. Is Sally online now?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Very good. Sally, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. So when we speak women and girls' participation in political and electoral processes, the current situation is that African Union member states have committed themselves to regional and international instruments that provides for women's participation in electoral and political processes, specifically in decision-making structures. And the African Declaration last year, in review and celebration of Beijing Plus 25, there was an emphasis again that Africa as a continent is committed to women's equality of representation in decision-making process. So the situation is that women are still underrepresented. They are interested, but the social, political, and economic environment is not enabling. The political institutions that are in place, they are patriarchal. They put women on the margins of power, and they are also very violent, and they are militant, such a way that it has a demobilizing effect on women's aspirations to have appetite for meaningful power and positions. So when we talk about accelerating the political participation of women, what is of critical priority is transforming political institutions to be gender responsive by structure, by policies, and by practices. So we see that governments are held to account to constitutions, regional and international instruments, but political parties are enjoying the privilege of impunity. So there is normalization of the bad behavior of gender inequality, marginalization of women, and normalization of gender-based violence in political processes. Strengthening political institutions' accountability to gender equality laws and also ensuring that there is enforcement of sanctions for non-compliance to gender equality. Then supporting women with political participation, expertise, information, skills, tools, and transforming administrative frameworks, which is affecting women's participation, including access to documentation, because in electoral processes, there are required documentations that women should have, and most women still suffer lack of access to documentation, and they are marginalized on basis of administrative frameworks. Then resource support, which also include us addressing corruption and demonetizing political and electoral processes so that we are not reinforcing that the game of politics is about money, because that is leading even some women being into corruption and unethical practices to meet the wallet that is now being required under pressure for political and electoral participation. Then enforcing issues around zero tolerance to violence against women in political and electoral processes through ending impunity and strengthening victim protection and support mechanisms. So there is normalization where violence has happened in elections, and it has been done by influential people, sometimes using state resources and security sector agents by people who will be known, but there's non-reportage, there's non-documentation, there's just a fear for people to speak truth to power. So that member states need to prioritize to address, because women are paying the price. Then gender security sector reforms. Our security sector is Africa. Some of the laws, policies, and how structures roll are still rooted in the colonial times. So the laws are now outdated. The structures are not gender responsive. So as a recommendation, it's now time for us to reform our security sector by structure, policy, and practice so that they become gender responsive. I submit to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saleh. Your points are very pertinent. I note especially the enforcement of sanctions against political parties that don't meet their obligations in law in terms of the numbers and the gender parity that they should put forward. You've also added training of women and corruption and demonetizing. I would hope that before we end this session, we can hear some examples of African countries that have really done something exciting that improves governance and management of electoral processes. I don't know whether countries like Ethiopia have anything to offer or any of the other countries, but for those who are listening, if there are things that have been done in your countries to address some of these issues, the violence, the intimidation, and I know many people are doing training of women who are going into political processes, but we need things to address these big hindrances, putting money together for women, etc. Let us know when we get to the discussion session. So thank you very much, Saleh. I wonder who is online now and ready again. Do we have Fatma Karaja? Is she on?
No, we don't have her, Madam Metalma.
Not yet, huh?
But we
Let
have
us see.
Patra from UNDP.
Okay. Madam Piri, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Thelma. Afternoon, colleagues, Your Excellencies. I would like to begin by thanking GIMAC for extending the invitation to UNDP. So I'll specifically, okay, I'll introduce myself. I had forgotten that. Cleopatra Urungu. I'm with UNDP, the Regional Service Center for Africa, as a program specialist there. So my presentation will largely focus on the strategies that we have adopted as an organization around accelerating women and girls' participation in politics and decision-making. So for us, I would specifically, I will not go into detail, or I will not even look at the challenges, because I think they've been clearly articulated by the previous speakers. I'll go straight to the key strategies that we have adopted and that I hope will feed into the recommendations that will come. So as UNDP, we collaborate with women's networks, academia. We also work closely with sister agencies, which include UN Women, the Department for Political Affairs and other UN agencies, as well as with intergovernmental organizations, regional and national CSOs working on women's political participation. So our focus basically is informed by our strategic plan and the gender equality strategy that we have as an organization, as well as the different normative frameworks that we have. This is your CEDAW, and with particular reference to SDG Goal 5, particularly Target 5.C, which speaks to this issue. So in terms of the strategies that we continue to apply at regional, HQ, global, as well as country level, the following are some of the strategies that we are putting on the table, and that we hope they will inform the recommendations. One of the things that we are particularly interested in, or that the strategy that we have adopted around that, is promoting women's participation as voters and candidates in electoral processes and institutions. For this one, what we basically do, we work with women candidates around training. We support through country offices, candidate training, awareness campaigns, and also building capacities of the electoral management bodies. And I must say, maybe just to give an example, we have recently done a bridge training targeting about 30 member states on this. And in that, we're specifically targeting election management bodies, we're targeting MPs, civil society organizations, young women, and UN agencies. So this is part of the strategies that we are building in making sure that we build strong institutions that help in terms of mainstreaming gender in electoral processes. The other strategy that we focus on around accelerating women's participation in politics and decision making, it has to do with advocating and promoting the use of temporary special measures, including quotas. For us, what we have seen regionally, this is one of the most effective ways that we have seen working, especially in the continent, around accelerating women's participation in politics. So it's one of the things that we also particularly focus on, and it's a recommendation that we are also putting on board. How do we strengthen, how do we make sure that temporal special measures are adopted across to complement other strategies that are also in existence? So we also look at how do we also support women's coalitions to work more effectively within and with political parties and representative bodies. This is basically in recognition of the role that women's coalition or civil society organizations play in framing and influencing the agenda or informing how the different laws, policies, and strategies are framed. So at country level, we partner with different civil society organization, women's coalition, to advance this. So as a broader strategy moving forward is how then do we strengthen women's coalition to clearly advocate and to clearly stand in the gap and bridge that gap in terms of the effective engagement with political parties. I know, Madam Thelma, you highlighted the issue around political parties. And in as much as we would want women to stand as independent, which is very key moving forward as a medium term to a long-term strategy. But currently we are confronted with this animal called political parties. How then do we work with political parties to ensure that we remove all barriers that discriminate against participation of women? We help them in terms of developing their capacities to analyze issues from a gender perspective, and also for them to also adopt quotas or quotas or policies that promote the ability for women to fully participate. So I think as a strategy, we need to look at it from a medium term. We have political parties. How then do we engage? There are several strategies that are very pertinent and that are key in terms of us engaging with political parties, while in the medium term and the long run. We also see how best do we support women that would want to stand as independent candidates. So it's how do we advance the two strategies and in a manner in which they complement each other. Another issue that I wanted also to raise around a recommendation is the institution. I know Sally and the other previous speakers spoke to that. How do we strengthen the institutions in terms of them providing an environment that is conducive, being able to craft, to implement gender sensitive laws and policies. And our focus as UNDP, we have particularly focused on parliaments, because what we have noticed when women get into parliament, parliament is not the most sensitive, gender sensitive institution. So how do we make sure that even when they get into those spaces, we create an environment that is conducive for them to effectively discharge their mandate, which will have a multiplier effect in terms of increasing women's participation in the long run. So we also look at the different institutions that are key in terms of advancing that. So also maybe just to share some of the initiatives that we are doing at the ongoing initiatives that we are doing regionally around women in governance and political participation. Like I highlighted earlier on, that we are in partnership with UN Women, where we periodically conduct bridge regional trainings for member states, and this is an ongoing exercise. The last training that we had was in September this year, and it was virtual. We are also planning to have a regional dialogue on women in election that is going to be held end of 2020, and for this dialogue, it's going to particularly focus or give an opportunity to young women and young women candidates to share their views and what support they would need in challenges that they've gone through. So these are some of the activities that we are engaged in. And finally, I must also mention the Alwyn initiative, which was launched in August 2020, and where we are partnering with the AU Department of Political Affairs, and we are going to be rolling out an action plan which is going to be specifically focusing on supporting women participation, and women and young women's participation in politics and decision making. From me, I think these are the main key issues that I would want to focus on this presentation. Thank you, Madam Thelma. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Cleopatra. These were very, very important points, and we would like to congratulate and thank UNDP for joining us in our journey to accelerate women's participation. Well, it's not just a journey of the women's movement, it's a journey of the women's movement accompanied by the institutions that were set up to support us, such as the United Nations and all of its organs. So we are very pleased when we see a large one like UNDP coming forward to do certain very specific things and to have certain very specific strategies. I know sometimes when I hear about all the strategies, I become rather impatient because I think, oh my, the women who are in the field right now, they need money, they need to do this work. So, you know, they're hustling there. It's not easy. And the violence continues, as does, you know, the difficulties, the other difficulties that they have. So let's keep up your efforts and make sure that we get that fund set up to support women candidates. I think that is very crucial because we have a lot of countries now going up for elections, and the women need the money if they're going to get there. But thank you very much. I'm very proud of UNDP. So who do we have next? Who do we have?
Christine.
That, excuse me?
Christine.
Christine is supposed to make a comment. Nakubuke?
Yes, she's one of the contributors. We have her on board from UNDP.
Okay, very good. Christine, very happy to hear from you. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Fine,
thank you very much.
Yes.
And good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Nankubuge, and I work with UN Women Uganda. I'm the officer in charge of women movement building and also the focal person for AULIN. Allow me, first of all, to tell you more about AULIN. AULIN is in full, is the African Women Leaders Network. It is a platform for galvanizing of women's leadership at all levels in the transformation of African continent towards lasting peace and sustainable development. It is in line with the African Union Agenda 2063 and
You're going in and out.
Hello? Oh, that's unfortunate.
I can hear you now, Christine.
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I was actually trying to give a background of AULIN, which is the African Women's Leadership Network, for which I am the focal person at UN Women in Uganda. And the AULIN chapter on the 28th of February.
Yes. Hello.
I think we lost Christine.
And also more differently from men. Only Uganda chapter brings new momentum in the women's movement, calling for deliberate targeting to reach out to women, including the youth or young leaders at the grassroots level. And the dream is actually to widen the space for women and girls in Uganda so that they can participate more in leadership and governance. And having said that, I would like now to go to the specific. In my view, what do I see from a policy perspective that has worked to advance our efforts in terms of promoting women and girls' participation in politics and decision making? First and foremost, I would say that actually there has been there is existence of gender responsive policies or legal frameworks that are aligned to international and regional human rights instruments, which has really provided a conducive environment for promoting women's participation. And actually, when you look at it, for example, Uganda has domesticated the Beijing Platform for Action, Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, CEDAW, and several others. So I would say that actually this has enabled to advance the work that we are doing within women's political participation, women and girls' political participation. And actually, however, at this point, I wish to note that much as there has been that kind of enabling environment for women and girls' participation in political participation, there is also a noticed shrinking space for civil society engagement. But however, it still remains that actually there has been that enabling environment. And just to comment about some of the barriers that we are facing in terms of promoting women's participation in politics and decision-making, just like the other previous speakers mentioned, the issue of poverty. Actually, sometimes it is said that poverty has got the face of a woman. And when actually there is need for money, because when we talk about political participation, participating in decision making at all levels, it all requires money right from the moment one conceives the idea that they want to stand for a political position, right from campaigning, the real elections, and even after. So this has actually been a very big, a major barrier for women's participation. And then another one actually is violence against women, especially during the campaigns, before the elections and during elections and post-election violence. This has really been a major hindrance or barrier to women's participation, because you realize actually this is a very common, it's very common. Most women have actually been deterred from participating in politics just because women by nature, we have been known not to be violent. But then you find that actually some fear even they might conceive the idea, but will not going to participate. And this is actually exacerbated by the patriarchal society. You find that actually right from emotional violation and then even the physical. So it is quite challenging, and it is a barrier to women's participation, women and girls' participation in decision making.
Okay, thank you very much, Christine. The time is going, and
just the last one.
Yes.
One ask from policymakers. Actually, I would say my major recommendation would be political financing for women and girls, so that resources are allocated to enhance their participation in politics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I see that in some countries, there is a set fee that candidates have to pay in order to register. And maybe for political financing, it might hardly anyone wants to give you the money. But if you can reduce what you have to pay, that might help. So in many ways, we have to try to see how to deal with this whole issue of financing. The same way we give affirmative action to women for universities and in education, etc., we might be able to give them some affirmative action for participating. Okay, thank you very much, Christine, and I'm glad to hear about Alwyn. I hope that Alwyn in Uganda is taking some very specific measures to help the women who have put their feet out there in the waters so that they don't drown and that they really come out on the other side. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mutasi, who do we have next? Is
Dorothy.
Dorothy? Dorothy, are you on? Dorothy is a live candidate who's in the hot seat right now. Please introduce yourself and say what you have to say.
So my thank you, Dr. Thelma Owari. And I'm glad that I'm part of this very special forum. My name is Dorothy Kwena Tome, and it's a candidate in the only female candidate in Central Liberia, that is Bone County specifically. So I have been involved in training for many years, and I have background in community development, peace building, and I've been called on. This is getting involved. It's been launched our campaign. So, like Thelma said, we actively in the corner of Bone County and trying to make our voices heard and ensure that we get victorious in this election. I am an independent candidate. And somebody mentioned earlier about how do we deal with political parties. I think that's a critical question. Here in Liberia, political parties are beginning to merge. It's not about the interests of women. And something in a position, in a party very seriously over, they managed to put forth a female candidate. Some of them passed, like in recent time when we lost one of our real vocal female who passed away, but the party she's from, which is the ruling party, did not see, replace her with a male candidate that is not in the elections. So not much is done from the party side to push the interests of women. And some of us who have not been in political parties found it difficult, getting into the election and you are joining parties when you have to be going for primary, you have to be going for all the party meetings that are basically centralized in Monrovia. And coming from rural Liberia and, contemplating on your campaign, and you have to be going to different meetings and having all the conversation, most of whom are not in the interest of the women. Some of us found it difficult to join political parties, so we opted becoming independent candidate. Becoming independent candidate has multiple challenges, as you will see, already from a background where resources are limited, and you have political party in coalitions, not just in coalitions, but putting forth candidates that are already positioned and having powerful government position and resources. for example, where I'm contesting against the incumbent senator, but also the deputy speaker of the House of Representatives. He has 3 more years to end his term, but he thinks he can go for the senatorial post. And the coalition has endorsed him to contest in these elections. So that even, you know, kind of create more challenge for the context for independent candidate, particularly for female. Now today, according to our conversation with Nick, I'm supposed to be launching my campaign in our district, but because he's the deputy speaker, he decided he's going to break ground in the district. Now the election commission is now telling me, Dorothy, we're suggesting that you hold on today, you know, since we haven't gotten some of the information we need from Morovia, so that he goes on with his groundbreaking and other activities, then you can start tomorrow, you know. So I'm now placed at a disadvantaged position because of this deputy speaker breaking ground in the area I'm supposed to be in today. In addition to that, they don't attend meetings that are critical for peace building and that will promote dialogue among the citizenry. Civil society a few weeks ago organized what they call peace dialogue. Civil society is saying from the Civil War, we have been, you know, challenged with consolidating the peace. And people who have been elected don't pay attention to peace building. So what we do, bring all the aspirants at the time together and let's have a dialogue how we can sustain the peace during elections. That forum was organized here by the that forum was only attended by 2 aspirants, 2 independent candidates. All the candidates, aspirants at the time that are backed by coalition and very big parties refused to attend the event. So another event was organized. We had to sign to a banner, a peace banner, with committing ourselves to sustaining the peace even during the election. Again, they did not attend all of them. We have 9 representatives, 7 representatives and 2 senators. One of the senators attended that program, but he came very late. So it's like, at what time would these people see the need to work with the ordinary people to foster peace? Right now, what they're doing around here in my own context is that they're giving all loans that they're calling women's empowerment and youth empowerment loans. And they're dishing out money, and the context here, resource issue is very, very critical here, because civil servants haven't been taking pay for more than a year. Currently, the health workers nationally had to go on strike. The teachers haven't been taking pay. Civil society not getting the funds due to COVID-19. I'm coming from civil society background. I have worked in the context for more than 50 years. But election require resources. People who buy into my way of governance practices right now don't have the resource. They're willing to support me. And there are people in the community saying already, we just want you to come and talk to us. Just come and talk to us. Just come and talk to us requires few. It requires movement. And you know, you're not gonna be dishing money, but you need to go and visit your people in the different communities. And we have more than 300,000 people, you know, and they are spread over 7 districts, including 13 administrative districts. So when you are in our situation, and we have the women in political party coalition, they themselves are struggling to survive. UNDP is there, but not communicating much with us at this stage. UN Women is there and not communicating much with us. You know, you're like, how can we, where would the inspiration come from in the midst of all this? Not just the financial aspect of it, but some motivation, like, you know,
some encouragement.
I think from my experience, success does not come in the absence of support. That support may come from anybody, you know, it doesn't have to come from the family alone. So where would that source of support come from for people like us who are in this situation at this particular time? We're contesting against powerful people who have access to resources, who will not abide by the rules and regulations of the Election Commission. You know, even civil society, they're not going to listen to civil society. So how do we work our way through this will be one of the questions. I don't know whether we have a context like that in the world and what other women are doing to deal with their situation in similar manner, you know. So those are some of the,
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dorothy. You have really, this is why it's important to have people who are in the middle of the fire to talk about how hot it is there, because you're telling us about the difficulty of our systems, fighting against people, competing with people who are so powerful that everybody bows to them and can change all the schedules because of who they are. You also mentioned the difficulty of people in the rural areas. Now, you know, I mean, everybody in GIMAC knows that my passion is for the women in the rural areas. And when meetings are held in the capitals and women who are in the rural areas have to bear the expense of participating in those meetings, especially if you're an independent candidate. And those kinds of things, yeah. So I think you've brought up some very interesting points, and we need, the big point you brought up was on sources of financing, sources of support. Where is support supposed to come from? Of course, the UN agencies cannot come up with the money. And we need to look around and see what kind of support can be given to these women, because they need to have their voices enlarged. That's the first thing. People need to hear them. And so those who have access to newspapers, those who have platforms from which they can speak, need to open up those platforms to them so people hear them, recognize their name, know them, et cetera, et cetera. We need to organize fundraising independently as women. There's just so many things that we have to do, and I think we need to focus a little bit on this whole issue of where are the sources of support, because it's almost late in the game. People are out in the field. They need the money immediately. Those who have access to fuel stations or fuel cards to give to these women, all of these things are important for them. So thank you, Dorothy, for the points you have brought up. I see a comment from Madam Diop. She's very, very happy about the way GIMAC is going and the level of the discussion. Thank you, Madam Diop, for participating. Who's the next person? Would I see?
We have Kumba from Aulin.
We have Kumba from Aulin. Kumba, you have the floor.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be part of the talk, but I think I will express myself in French. I will be more comfortable in that. It's a great honor, vraiment. Je suis très, très ravie. Mes salutations les plus sincères et les plus distinguées à tous les honorables qui sont avec nous, tout protocole confondu. Moi, je voudrais peut-être parler un peu. Je suis aussi membre de Aulin, le chapitre national Aulin Mali, et je vois aussi que notre grande sœur aînée est là, Metsoyata, celle qui a aidé aussi à fonder le chapitre national du Mali. Je la reconnais, je la salue, avec son excellence Neta Diop, qui est aussi avec nous. Donc, par rapport à la problématique de l'avancement de la femme, moi, je préfère peut-être parler en guise de la Journée internationale de la jeune fille que nous allons célébrer demain, et peut-être partager un peu l'expérience que nous avons au niveau du Mali. Ce que moi, je trouve qui marche un peu, c'est la reconnaissance des modèles, la valorisation de celles qui arrivent à tirer un peu l'épingle du jeu. J'ai trouvé que cela marche beaucoup, spécifiquement par rapport au chômage et au manque d'emploi et de perspectives. Nous avons souvent la rhétorique pour dire que pour avancer, pour faire quelque chose, il faut les moyens. Et malheureusement, nous avons un système scolaire qui ne marche pas beaucoup, ni en termes de quantité, ni en termes de qualité. Et ces 2 dernières années particulièrement, l'école n'a pas du tout fonctionné. La pandémie de la COVID-19 est venue s'ajouter à la donne. Et depuis 2012, nous vivons une situation assez conflictuelle avec de multiples conflits et même des guerres, non seulement en face du terrorisme, mais aussi des guerres intercommunautaires, mais aussi des conflits intracommunautaires. Donc, ce qui fait que beaucoup de nos écoles, des milliers d'écoles, sont fermées. Et malgré cela, nous avons quand même quelques jeunes filles qui arrivent à s'affirmer, qui arrivent à changer un peu au niveau de leur environnement et qui arrivent aussi à innover non seulement en termes d'entrepreneuriat, mais en termes des choses qui sont assez basiques. Je viens de finir une émission avec une jeune fille de 24 ans, Geneva Sagara, qui a été lauréate, celle qui a gagné le concours de femmes d'ambition 2020, la 3e édition. Je parlerai un peu peut-être de ça après. Et ce qu'elle a fait, elle a seulement pris le concept des beignets, que nous, on appelle fourfou. C'est des beignets à base de mil ou de riz qu'elle a un peu valorisé, non seulement en termes de packaging, mais aussi en termes de cuisson. Donc, au lieu d'utiliser peut-être l'huile de karité ou d'utiliser l'huile de palme, elle a pris un aspect beaucoup plus nutritionnel, beaucoup plus hygiénique. Et aussi, beaucoup de personnes qui n'ont pas l'opportunité d'accéder à ce fourfou, un mets traditionnel que beaucoup convoitent pour le petit déjeuner, elle a mis des services de livraison où les gens peuvent commander à travers les réseaux sociaux et elle vend. Mais au-delà de cela, c'est une jeune fille qui va à l'école de médecine. Elle est en 5e année de l'école de médecine. Et en même temps, elle a eu son DUT, donc son diplôme technique en comptabilité. Donc, pendant qu'elle allait à l'école de médecine, elle s'est inscrite à l'université pour aussi apprendre la comptabilité. Donc, montrer des portraits comme ça, ça donne de l'espoir non seulement aux parents, mais ça donne beaucoup d'espoir aux jeunes filles et même aux jeunes garçons. Mais en même temps, celui qui nous a aidés avec ce concept de femmes d'ambition dont on vient de clôturer la 3e édition où 300 jeunes filles maliennes avaient postulé et c'est seulement les 10 dernières qui ont pu cheminer pour le concours et on est en train de donner l'opportunité de mettre la lumière sur celles qui ont concouru, toutes les 10, mais j'ai commencé par la lauréate. C'est un jeune homme, un homme de moins de 30 ans, mais quand même qui a été élevé par une femme colonel de l'armée. Donc, ça fait 3 ans qu'il investit avec ses fonds propres parce que ce qu'il dit, c'est que j'ai été élevé par une femme. Et ma maman, elle est une femme forte et je l'ai vue se sacrifier pour nous. Donc, on voudrait aussi donner l'opportunité aux jeunes filles de commencer et d'être formatées pour qu'elles puissent devenir indépendantes. Donc, tout ce qu'on discute par rapport à l'autonomisation de la femme, et je sais que son Excellence Vineta Diop nous le dit avec son Excellence Hélène Johnson-Sirleaf, nous devons ajouter... Allô? Allô, vous m'écoutez? Allô?
Yes.
Vous m'entendez? Donc, pour clôturer ce que je voulais dire, c'est qu'en plus de mettre beaucoup de lumière et d'amplifier les actions positives, de mettre la lumière sur les jeunes filles qui se battent, les success stories, nous devons aussi ajouter les hommes à la conversation, particulièrement les jeunes hommes qui ont été élevés par des femmes féministes, qui ont été élevés par des femmes fortes et qui, Dieu merci, ont été formatés pour être des féministes. Donc, eux aussi, ils peuvent vraiment nous aider à faire avancer l'agenda 2030 ou 2063 pour nous en Afrique. C'est ce que je veux peut-être partager en ce moment En attendant des questions aussi, il y a un besoin de rajouter. Madame Thelma? Madame Thelma, I think I will give the mic back to you. And I thank you again for the opportunity. I hope I have been heard. And it looks like there has been interruption. Were you able to follow me?
We can hear you, Kumba. We heard you, Kumba.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you're very welcome.
Has she finished?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
finished.
Madam
I'm done.
Okay, very good. Thank you very, very much, Kumba. We're so excited to have somebody from Mali, especially given the situation that you all have been experiencing in Mali. It's wonderful to have someone from Mali on this platform. And thank you so much for coming and for sharing. Of course, what you are doing in terms of giving these young people something to do and your call for including the young men is very important, because when those young men do not have something, they will be easily attracted to join the fighters because they are so frustrated about their livelihoods. So we want to really encourage you all in Mali, and please give our fondest greetings to all our sisters in Mali. We've been very, very concerned and engaged with what's happening in Mali, and we're very glad to see that there's some progress on the peace front.
Sorry, I think we are losing Madame Thelma's connection. It's freezing. Hello, Nontoreko or Pravina?
Can I say something?
Sure,
Go ahead, Kupa.
No, I just wanted to cheer our sister who is a candidate in Liberia and tell her not to give up, and that it's a rough fight and she should continue, and she has all our support, and we should never rest, because in Mali, a lot of people were applauding us in 2015 when we voted the quota law. As you know, Mali had voted a quota law which not only takes care of elective position, but also nominative position, people who work for the administration as civil servants. But since we have taken the law in 2015, we have had a lot of difficulties applying it. Political stand, it has been a little bit better, where we went by the 30% minimum requirement for either sex, and but on the administrative nominative end, it is not working. And the last government we've had on October 5th, out of the 25 members, only 4 have been women. And we know how it also works in our countries. They have the official government, but they also have over nomination around the government, which are given the casket of minister. So if you look at it, it's really below the 16% that is official. And the law calls for 30%. So as you all have heard the echo, we went out and marched towards the Prime Minister's office on first day to give him a declaration so they can correct the breaking of the law. We are not going to accept it. And I think also that has been done with all the support of all our sisters from all over, starting from His Excellency Ellen Johnson Sirleaf Bineta Diop, all Aulin chapters and African Union have been very instrumental in galvanizing us, giving us the energy. So we really thank you, and we are encouraging all our sisters to really go after political position, because that's the only way we can, it's not the only way, but it's one of the major ways we can make change happen.
Thank you very much, Kumba. And we have allowed you the time a little bit more than others because Mali is one of the is the focus of all of us as the sisters now. And also to recognize that Madam Maiga is also on the call with us and that she had spoken earlier. I think that we have lost connection with Auntie Thalma. Have we, Elisa?
Yes, it seems she's still.
We seem to have lost connection with her. Can you help me with who's the next speaker, just in terms of having tracked?
We don't have any additional speakers.
We don't have any additional speakers. Okay, so what I'm going to do then with that is we've had some really great presentations in this session. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I'm going to take a round of I'm going to take 5 questions. So the person with the hand up first, and then I will ask the different interveners to just round up with 2-minute final interventions. In fact, 1 minute if you have a comment then to respond to, then 2 minutes. So let me have the first 5 hands, and you can raise your hand in the chat and we will pick it up from there. So first 5, and Elisa, the technical team will give me guidance as to who's the first 5 names.
Yes, Prasvina, we are waiting for the hands to go up.
Okay.
Right now I don't have, okay. I see the first hand from our panelists. So Kumba.
Is Kumba got her hand up?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give Kumba a chance to speak in her. Kumba, is this a question to another panelist?
Kumba Faz.
Kumba Faz. Oh, sorry, Kumba Fall. Sorry, Kumba. Kumba, go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry because I broke up. If she could repeat the question, please.
Yes.
No, Kumba, sorry, Kumba, it's for Kumba Fall. It's not, the question is not for you.
Yes.
I assumed it was you. So it's Kumba Fall then. Go ahead, Kumba.
Yes, Pravina. Thank you very much. Well, just to say that indeed we had another panelist, but unfortunately we could not have her. She's a candidate for Burkina Faso presidential elections. Justine, that you all know, Justine Koulidiati. I wanted to share that she just announced her candidacy for the presidential elections in November, so it's very short, and she's right now in all the struggle you can imagine. So I want the GIMAC to be informed and to send our solidarity to her, because she has been a long-lasting or a frequent GIMAC participant. She was in the past leading the woman platform for the Sahel, for the G5 Sahel.
Sorry, Kumba. Since luck is on our side, we have Justine connected now.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
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 Yeah.
Wonderful. Welcome, Justine. Welcome, Justine.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Auntie Thalma, I can hand back to you.
Thank you, Pravina.
Okay.
I got lost. Okay, so let's welcome Justine. Justine, please introduce yourself. We are very excited that you're a presidential candidate and you know how much we love Burkina Faso. So please, you have the floor. Pravina, thanks a lot. Glad to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello?
Yes, we are listening to you.
Let you know we've got English-French translation, so feel free.
I go to French.
Sure.
Oui, bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour, chères sœurs. Bonjour tout le monde. You are okay?
Bonjour.
Oh, très bien.
Bonjour,
Je vous... Merci. Je vous remercie grandement de me recevoir sur cette plateforme de la GIMAC. GIMAC, une organisation à laquelle j'ai longtemps participé et y participe encore.
Sorry to
Yes.
interrupt. Sorry to interrupt. Can we ask the candidate, Dr. Justine, if you go to your banner at the bottom of your screen, you have English translation. There's a little globe there, and you've got to take it off your French and speak in the normal channel. So take it off French. So just put off your selection of translation and then speak.
Justin, you understand that?
Because if you have it on your translation,
I speak
then
in French, okay?
Yes, you may speak in French, but take off the selection of French on your choice of language. So just put that off, put the translation choices off. And then you won't be heard. Yes, you put the translation choices off and then continue speaking in French, and then the translators can translate in the different channels. Thank you.
I don't know what to select a French speaker microphone.
Justin, there's an icon which says translation at the bottom where it says chats and record, etc. There's an item that says translation. Do you see it? It's like a globe.
No.
Do you see it?
Sorry.
En bas de l'écran à droite.
Justine, il faut cliquer sur le. Il faut cliquer
tout à droite. Vous voyez un petit cercle qui a le drapeau français là-bas. Ça dit French.
Non, je vois plus.
Voilà, plus. Il faut appuyer sur plus, Justine. Appuie sur plus. Et tu vas
Afficher
aller
la
sur la
transcription.
Non, interprétation de langue.
Oui,
voilà.
c'est bon.
Voilà.
Je mets français.
Voilà, tu mets français.
Je prends français.
Voilà, c'est ça. Tu cliques sur français.
Ok, c'est bon. J'ai cliqué. On me demande s'il faut couper l'audio original.
Voilà, il faut
je mets
aussi
couper l'audio original.
Voilà, c'est
couper l'audio original.
Là-bas aussi.
Ok, c'est bon.
Oui.
Ok. Donc, on peut aller.
Oui.
Ok, on peut aller.
Yes. Allez. Oh, does she turn this off?
Je pense que tu peux commencer, Justine. Hein? Justine, tu peux commencer. Vas-y.
Ok, c'est bon. It is okay. C'est ça?
Oui,
s'il vous plaît, c'est bon?
Oui. Comment ça parle?
C'est bon?
Oui. She's not following.
Ok. Je voulais vous remercier toutes.
Madame Taylor?
Je voulais vous remercier sincèrement de l'opportunité qui m'est offerte d'échanger avec vous. Effectivement, je suis Justine Kelem, épouse Kouliati. J'ai longtemps participé pendant les rencontres de GIMAC et j'apprécie vraiment ce qui se passe lors de ces sessions. Gender is my agenda a vraiment travaillé à faire en sorte à ce que les femmes puissent vraiment se retrouver au sein de la sphère, non seulement de décision, mais surtout pour la paix et pour faire taire les armes. Mais force est de constater qu'à nos jours, malgré toutes les conventions, malgré toutes les décisions prises par l'Union africaine, malgré tous les efforts que font les chefs d'État, particulièrement l'actuel président de l'Union africaine que j'apprécie beaucoup, nous sommes au regret de constater que nous sommes encore à la traîne. À la traîne. À la traîne parce que, comme vous le voyez, les guerres ne font que s'exacerber. Les conflits communautaires ne font que s'exacerber. Les conflits religieux sont là. Et tout ceci pèse plus sur la femme que sur quiconque. La femme est plus que doublement pénalisée avec les enfants et les jeunes. Chez nous, en l'espace de 2-3 ans, nous avons plus d'1 million de déplacés qui ne savent pas où rentrer, qui vivent dans des porcheries, je dis bien des porcheries, qu'ils essayent de nettoyer pour se retrouver dedans. Ce n'est pas la dignité humaine. Lorsque nous regardons les indicateurs qui peuvent nous aider à nous en sortir, tels que l'éducation, la formation, l'entrepreneuriat, qui devraient permettre aux femmes de pouvoir avoir des gains pour prendre mieux en charge leur famille, leurs enfants, là aussi, on voit qu'il y a un accès disproportionné ou parfois même une exclusion des femmes à l'accès des ressources productives. Pourtant, aujourd'hui, malgré cette exclusion, ce sont les femmes qui détiennent les familles. Ce sont les femmes qui œuvrent pour la paix. C'est dans ce contexte que moi, en tout cas, j'ai eu l'audace et le courage de dire, mais si nous laissons toujours derrière à pleurer, à crier, pour dire, mais les femmes, il faut les impliquer. Et si nous-mêmes, nous ne nous impliquons pas au premier chef, comment pouvons-nous changer les choses? Personne plus que nous ne peut présenter nos problèmes. Personne plus que nous ne peut mieux prendre nos difficultés, nos problèmes dans la Constitution, dans les lois, dans la mise en place des institutions. Vous voyez? Donc, en tant qu'OSC, ayant travaillé depuis 1996 au profit des femmes et des jeunes, j'ai osé donc déposer ma candidature à l'élection du président du FASO. Mais, les amis, ce n'est pas une chose facile. Malgré la qualité de mon dossier, malgré la qualité de mon background, en matière de lutte pour la paix, en matière de lutte pour l'extrémisme violent, en matière de lutte pour l'autonomisation économique de la femme, et j'en passe, force est de constater que nous serons presque pratiquement toutes exclues parce que les textes qui sont là sont des textes qui ne nous favorisent pas, qui nous excluent et qui nous mettent vraiment dans des situations où nous ne pouvons pas être égales aux hommes. Donc, c'est un peu cette situation qui m'amène à dire que si vraiment nous voulons que la GIMAC réussisse son mandat, si nous voulons aider l'Union africaine à nous aider, il faut que nous-mêmes, nous prenions la route des urnes. Je me suis rendu compte que de 1996 à 2000, nous nous sommes plaints. Nous avons fait des déclarations, nous avons fait des recommandations, nous avons fait des appels, mais malheureusement, tout ce que nous sollicitons auprès de des pouvoirs, ce n'est que de la parole sans action. Tout est écrit parfois, mais rien n'est fait. Si nous ne sommes pas à l'intérieur pour changer les choses, ce n'est pas en étant à côté que nous pouvons infléchir et faire en sorte que les femmes sortent de la pauvreté. Alors, je voudrais sincèrement demander à toutes les femmes africaines, particulièrement celles du Burkina Faso et du Sahel, de ne pas croire que les hommes seuls ont le droit d'aller aux élections, qu'elles soient municipales, qu'elles soient législatives, qu'elles soient présidentielles. Nous devons être dedans parce que c'est pendant les conseils que l'on programme ce qu'il faut programmer pour le développement. Et si nous sommes là, nous allons demander à ce qu'on programme ce qui peut être utile aux femmes. Donc, c'est ce que je pouvais, dans un premier temps, vous dire que présentement, je me bats jour et nuit pour que ma candidature passe. Aujourd'hui, ils se sont arrangés pour pour dire qu'ils ne vont pas prendre notre caution. Pourquoi? Parce que nous sommes venus, on a déposé notre dossier le 2, je dirais même le 3 au matin, et ils disent que le même 3, ils ne vont pas recevoir notre caution parce que nous sommes hors délai. Hors délai, pourtant vous m'avez reçu le 3. Donc, à partir de ce moment, vous voyez qu'il y a des jeux malsains qui ne permettent pas aux femmes de vraiment s'en sortir. Et c'est ainsi que nous nous sommes retrouvés à une commission et malgré tout, ils disent qu'ils savent que c'est une injustice faite à notre égard, mais qu'on n'a qu'à aller à la Cour constitutionnelle pour demander réparation. Et pendant ce temps, nous sommes en train de perdre du terrain. Vous voyez que si nous étions majoritaires, il est très difficile qu'une femme fasse de tels jeux malsains. Et je pense que, et je crois en la femme, je pense que les femmes sont plus audacieuses et qu'elles sont plus honnêtes et qu'elles posent plus clairement les règles du jeu et que nous devons aujourd'hui plus que hier nous positionner pour les postes électifs. Je vous remercie. Hello?
Thank you very much, Justine. It's
oui, c'est bon.
C'est la première partie. Having you on and hearing you.
Oui. Merci beaucoup.
We are very happy to recognize that in GIMAC, we have several women, highly qualified women who have tried to put themselves forward for elections in Togo and other countries. I think even at present, our own Rita Atukwasa is struggling in Uganda to get a position in parliament. So there, we recognize it's very, very difficult, but we are glad you are there. And thank you for being there and for the sacrifices you are making to be there, because it's for the benefit of all of us. One of the things that you have said is the whole issue of solidarity. How can we get women to support other women? And I think that's a very important issue that we need to think about and have a recommendation on as we go forward out of this session. I see there are several people from the floor who would like to make interventions. If we don't have any other contributors or people to intervene.
We have Victor from the
okay.
Who do we have from the floor?
Victor.
Okay.
Victor, yeah, Victor Chiri. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all start by applauding the courageous women on this platform who are running for political office. And my contribution is towards access to political spaces for young women in Africa towards Agenda 2063. And I want to make this contribution in line of restructuring our education systems across Africa to promote human rights education and civic education, even for children while they are still in their infantile stages in primary school and in secondary school. That way, in the next 10 years, we will have a larger pool of young women who have knowledge on their human rights and also on how to access political spaces. One best strategy that we can implement is through working in the restructuring of the education curriculum to include political spaces, civic education, and human rights as part of their day-to-day learning process. So that now in their later years, issues to do with participation in public office and in the political field do not come as negative connotations, but however, are premised on education values that they've acquired within their educational years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. Any other comments from the floor? Are there any other persons who would like to make contributions? Udasi?
We don't have anyone at the moment.
Okay, I think that's So I don't.
With your permission.
Yes, you would like to add something?
I just would like to also add something that seems to be working also from our experience in Mali here is engaging rural women, the women in a rural area and who have been able to make ends meet by being involved in big farming. They haven't gone to school, but with alphabetization, they are learning to write a little bit of local languages, but they have also influential position in their community. So getting them also in the conversation and reaching out to them also has been really useful here in Mali to gain political steps in rural areas. So I wanted to also say that sometimes we do forget women who have not get the chance to be scholar, to go to school, but there is an opportunity in a few of them, but we should not forget.
Dr. Thelma, we have Sally who would like to make additional contributions.
Okay, yeah. Sally, you have the floor.
Thank you. So I'm contributing from the Women's Democracy Network perspective, where our role have been to promote women's participation in politics and democracy processes. So I want to share some of the best practices of how we have worked with young women to step up or to take up opportunities for political leadership. So one of the things we've learned is around doing a public participation survey to work with young women based on where they are at. So the public participation survey had us also see insights of what interests young women, what are they comfortable in, what are their priorities, what are they observing in the political environment that surrounds them. And then after that, we ran a series of women's political education forums, which just unpacks on what exactly is politics all about, what are election processes, pre-election, during election, and post-election. Electoral awareness have been a challenge that most of the time we mobilize women to participate, but they don't know what we are signing them up for or what exactly it is all about beyond voting. So unpacking what politics is, what elections are, why women should participate, how they could participate, because there have been overemphasis sometimes on governance participation on electoral positions at the expense of other areas. So women are not a homogeneous group. So we have a model of self-assessment where we support young women to assess themselves, do a SWOT analysis, do a whole personality assessment, and try and find a fit in the political value chain to say, what are some of the options or entry points for my participation? So in terms of access, also just giving them a menu to say, map your community, map your country, map the region, map online and offline spaces. What are those political issues that you are quick to recognize? What are those political issues that are a thorn in your system that you feel need to be reformed? And what does that change actually look like? And building support systems for women, because some of the things, they are risks attached. So women have been hesitant because we have not put in a risk analysis and a risk management plan. So some of the tools of young women and women really taking time to unpack the risks that they are exposed to and have a support system that is deliberate have been something that is progressive. Then some women have the expertise, have the energy, have the clout, but they just need that encouragement. So we also just ran campaigns around asking a woman to run for political office. So I thought those are some of the initiatives that I could share. And then some is practical learning of actually working. So when we look at Africa as a continent, the anti-apartheid struggle, some of the liberation struggle, we have seen that generations would also do country-to-country solidarity. There would be study visits. There would be exposure to understanding and actually going through a tour of understanding political institutions and systems. So that exposure is what we have seen also as women lacking, which we need to invest more to open up the space because the spaces are closed. Political institutions are closed and patriarchal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Sally. Very important points indeed. Is there anyone else? I see a comment from Christian Mupika, who's congratulating all of the brave women of the AU for their advocacy, yeah, in favor of peace. Any other comments from our panelists? Okay, may I try to wind up this panel then?
I have one.
Yes, who's this?
It's Sally.
Oh, Sally, yes.
So there's an AU roadmap for practical steps to silence guns by Africa by 2020, which was put in place. So I think for us to do a gender analysis and raise awareness and actually come up with evidence to document progress or a lack of it may enable us to also make submissions to AU bodies so that we have recommendations based on the commitments that they had already set around silencing the guns, because the plan is there, very well detailed, but just us reviewing it and having an official report that we co-author and create a space for reflection through GIMAC to say, we are now in 2020, so how far have we gone? And what is it that we can do differently, and celebrating progress where we have made progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. That's a very good suggestion. I hope somebody is taking all of these suggestions down, as we usually do, so that they can be included in the final document that will be going to the AU. So review of the roadmap for silencing the guns, huh? Okay. Any others?
So we have Keith's hand up. Keith Andere, hand is
yes,
up.
Keith, would you like to say something? You have the floor, Keith.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I just want to throw in one last recommendation. We cannot emphasize or re-emphasize more on the opportunities that lie within the digital space. In view of COVID-19, political mobilization, organization, and even crowdfunding is going digital. We've seen the power of internet in elections. United States of America is one case of example on how and the impact of technology within elections. And the previous session on human rights, I think, articulated more on some of the threats that have come online: cyberbullying, you know, data privacy, where initial data of candidates are exposed, as well as you know, technology being used for surveillance purposes. So I think my recommendation is to adopt the UN digital cooperation strategy and find a way of marrying this with the Africa Union digital transformation strategy that has been enacted. Also looking at implementing this at national level, ensuring that we actually have data protection privacy, to ensure that data protection law, to ensure that citizens' right and access to information is actually secured, and internet as a tool for civic education, political mobilization, and advocacy remains free, remains safe, remains open for all of us. I mean, we've seen a lot of internet shutdowns around elections, and therefore there's really need for us to look at digital cooperation and how we are actually building a safe cyberspace for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. A very important suggestion and recommendation. Any others? Okay.
We don't have anyone at the moment. Maybe you can call Dorothy to make her concluding remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me do that. I think this has been a very rich discussion, and I would like to thank all of the panelists who committed themselves and participated on this panel. I think you did a lot of homework and came up with exactly what are the issues that are involved. I would also commend you for the recommendations that you have made. There were several that were made by Keith, which included creating a fund And we also know that it's possible to deal with this issue of funding a little bit digitally. So we should try to see how we can do that. There are those amongst us who know how to do this. And if we want to raise money for this fund for women who are participating in politics, we can do that digitally. So let's think about that. There was a strong point made about institutions. It's quite clear that the UN will not be able to give money to candidates, but certainly the UN can put its money on working on institutions. I think UNDP made that point very clearly. The NEC, the National Electoral Commissions, what to do to end impunity, corruption, the court systems, political parties as well. So the work on institutions is very important work. And I think whenever we go to the UN, we must insist that their money is put on these institutions, because a lot hinges on how these institutions work and whether the women will be able to manage, especially when it comes to the security sector, who are supposed to make sure that we are protected when we get out there to put our feet in public. The security sector has to be clear about how it's going to protect not just women, but everybody. We must learn how to have peaceful elections. There's no reason why when there are elections, people should be running around the streets with branches and hurting other people. This should be a thing of the past. I just would like to say also that sometimes we confuse politics and governance. And it seems as if politics is it really is the thing that gives us the most problem, even though governance is difficult, but if you have people of integrity, governance can be addressed. But politics just seems to have become absolutely convoluted and corrupt. And it doesn't have to be that way. We need to change that. But I think for women, we need to recognize that we have the power. We have qualified women. So people can't say now that we don't have qualified women. We have qualified women, even if they're in the rural areas and even if they do not have, if they are not lettered and have not been scholarized, as we say in French, they are able to take part, even if they are young. They are able to participate. I like the expression of the political value chain. Young women can participate in the political value chain. It's not always the person who's running for president or the person who's running to be a representative. There are so many spots in which we can look to see where we can have our voices heard. But the biggest asset we have, our most powerful asset, is our solidarity. And I think we're not taking enough advantage of that. We must get everybody to mobilize, everybody, especially those women in the rural areas who are able to mobilize, to get out the votes, to get women to vote for women. That is very, very important. So let's see how we can work on that. We might not have the money, but we have the votes. And that's the real thing that counts. So let's try to see how best we can use that. And yeah, I think we've done a very good job. I'm very happy with this panel. I would like to thank you all. We have, yes?
Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt before you conclude. We have Dr. Justine's hand up.
We have Dr. who?
Justine, our presidential candidate, sir.
Oh, Justine, yes, you would like to add something? Justine? Where is she?
Justine, can you unmute yourself?
Maybe Kumba should tell her in French, but she can speak English.
I believe she's back.
It is okay?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Oui.
Ok. Je disais que il est très important pour nous, au-delà du slogan « Faire taire les armes » à l'horizon 2020 qui est arrivé sans l'objectif, alors que l'objectif n'est pas atteint, il nous faut lancer plutôt au niveau de la GIMAC et de l'Union africaine le soutien des femmes par les femmes. Parce que si nous, les femmes, nous sommes solidaires, au sein même des pays, nous sommes plus de 50%, nous devons pouvoir renverser les choses. Et si au niveau international, nous sommes tous solidaires, nous devons pouvoir renverser les choses. Donc, ce que moi je souhaite, c'est qu'au niveau de la GIMAC, au regard de la préparation que nous sommes en train de faire pour la rencontre des chefs d'État, il est très important que nous trouvions quelque chose pour que les femmes soient solidaires, soudées les unes avec les autres, quelle que soit la situation en matière politique. C'est-à-dire que les femmes se soutiennent mutuellement et qu'elles ne se laissent aucunement disperser par les hommes, ni vraiment détruire les autres femmes pour les hommes. Ça, c'est très, très, très important. Si les femmes arrivent à se soutenir, je pense que nous aurons plus de chances d'avoir des femmes dans les instances de décision et donc nous aurons beaucoup plus de chances de mettre des politiques en faveur des femmes. Voilà. Je voudrais aussi, au niveau de la haute sphère, qui est la participation aux élections présidentielles. Il est très important que, comme on l'a fait au niveau de l'UA, je sais que nous sommes peut-être les premiers, je ne sais pas combien sont venus après nous, les femmes wise et tout ça. Il y a quand même des personnalités parmi nous qui peuvent jouer un rôle très important et qu'on peut accompagner afin de galvaniser les forces féminines dans les différents pays. Donc, c'est ce que je voulais dire, que nous ayons un slogan pour travailler à changer la mentalité des femmes, pour qu'elles se soutiennent, qu'elles soient en tout cas ensemble pour conquérir le pouvoir d'État au lieu de s'auto-détruire. Merci. It is okay, thank you. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Justine. I think this is a very important point to end on. We have the power. The power is in the vote. When it comes down to it, it's who puts that piece of paper in the ballot box and what it says. And since we are in the majority, if we can't use that power, it will really be our fault. So as Justine clearly says, let's have a campaign for making sure that solidarity is our motto. Solidarity is our motto. This is a movement, and this should be really the way we work in our movement, to be in solidarity with each other. So when a woman comes forward, you don't even think you support her, because you're supporting men who are no good. And when a woman comes, you want to start asking so many questions about her. So solidarity. And when we get there, I always say, when a woman is in power, do not leave her alone. You have to be close to her and keep telling her when she's falling off the rails, making sure that she does the right thing. So I would like to thank again everyone who has participated in this panel. I think we have done a good job. Something else, Alicia?
Yes, sorry, Madam Thelma. I'm just looking at our time and seeing that we still have another hand up. Buba?
Whose hand is up?
Buba, Mr. Buba.
Okay, Mr. Buba, you have the floor.
Mr. Buba, I've unmuted you. Please unmute yourself.
Sorry, my connection. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I think I'm in agreement with a lot of the suggestions, but I think one recommendation that I would like to give is at the national level, the electoral laws and the constitutions, because women need to be given quotas. There should be a deliberate move to get women quotas through which the political parties should be able to make that mandatory. Like, for instance, what we have in Rwanda, for instance, a percentage should be given which should be recognized by the constitution and electoral laws that a certain percentage of electoral positions should be given to women. If we can make that happen, I think it will go a long way in ensuring
We lost Mr. Buba, Dr. Telma. So
we lost Mr. Buba, but I think his point was quite clear, and he was promoting affirmative action for women as they have in Rwanda, as they have in Uganda, in quite a few of the countries. But I know some countries where parliamentarians have now seen what happens when you have affirmative action for women, and they have refused to pass a law for affirmative action for women. But we still have to continue to fight for it and to see if we can shame those countries that don't have affirmative action for women, so that we get more women in parliament. Yes, Christine. Yes, Christine. Christine?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Thelma.
Yes.
I just want to thank you so much for a very good session. It has really been very, very informative. Thank you.
You're very welcome. And I'd just like to say Binta has just sent a message of how we have put our win in place. It's the recognition of the difficulties that women have had, despite all we have done, the recognition of the challenges that still remain, and if you indeed did articulate quite a few of them. And it's in recognition of all those challenges that our win was organized, All In was organized. And we're looking forward to more and more work by All In to support women in their journey for political leadership and leadership in other spheres. I was very proud of the All-Win chapter in Liberia, where I'm sitting right now because of COVID lockdown. And they organized a platform for women candidates to come and speak. That was a good job done. And All-Win will continue to do things like these and to raise funds for women. I wonder where Binta is now and whether she wants to say something before we close this session. Binta, are you available to speak on this session, or are you just on the WhatsApp? Madam Diab.
I was
good.
Auntie Telma, how
Yes.
are you?
Fine, and you?
It was a great. I mean, today was it was a great day, and Pravina.
You cried for joy.
It was really a great day, and I followed the whole day. I said I will just attend the opening, but it was so interesting that at the end I was just stuck and listening, especially to the panelists and the young women panelists. You know, I said GIMAC is now taken over by this generation, and we are so proud of you. we are really proud of you, of taking the issue and making sure that we go deep in the analysis, but coming also with the real solution. So I think at Auntie Thelma, we need to be very proud. You know, I'm with the young people, that's why I'm calling you Auntie. So we can say that Auntie Thelma, we are very proud of these young women and what they have, how they have transformed GIMAC. And I think that this is where we need to be, and to scale it up, to make sure that those solutions that the people are talking about, we have to action oriented at the local level, at all level. You know, I really need to also to congratulate those who, you know, take the decision and say that I'm going to run for presidency. You know, this is not easy to take that decision when you know how the environment is polluted. But I think what the lady from Liberia, Justine from, and others who really been candidate, we salute them. And that's why we are working with UNDP through the Africa Women Leaders Network to make sure that our voice, you know, somebody talk about Mali, all of us, all of the 25 chapters of Aulin right now, and through Mama Ellen Johnson, through all of us, through Amina Mohammed, the commissioner, all of us, we rally behind the Malian to say we need to support the Malian. So we need to do the same thing, and that's why we are asking UNDP to help us profile the women candidate. And that's why with the Commissioner for Political Affairs, we launched that program. We need to scale it up. We need to go. Christine is crying to say, let's have it, but the platform is there. We need everybody who is aspiring to be a candidate, political candidate, to be linking with that program, which is supported by AU and UN, but at national level. When Aulin exists at national level, we make sure that there are resources, either for capacity building, for communication, for monitoring, evaluation. We need to make sure that those resources are in place to make sure that women have access. And of course, platform like GIMAC can mobilize funding to go direct to those candidates. But at least we start with capacity building, we start with visibility, we start by giving them a platform, and that's why we scale it up. We know that what is the work of GIMAC wonderful, especially when it comes to transform AU in policy and actions. That's the role of civil society, and you are doing it in excellent job. We know that institution like FemWise is working on peace and security and mediation. Fantastic, we need to scale it up. But another layers is really leadership. We need leadership politically, but leadership in all spheres. And we are very glad that right now there are 25 chapters in Africa. If you don't have that chapters, for me, the appeal is please mobilize, and it's cross parties line. It's not just one party, it's coming from different sectors. If you look at Zimbabwe, for example, and they're listening to me, it's women from the party which is in power, but also opposition and civil society, all of them coming together. The Liberia as well, national chapter, the Uganda, you name them, each one of them, they are inclusive. And that's what where we need to be, to mobilize around women who have the courage, the determination, the commitment, you know, and who don't have any fear. The women that can come at front and say, I'm a presidential candidate, and we all rally behind them. So again, Mama Auntie, I'm sure that today have been a very good discussion from the peace angle. I will be with you on Monday again. And Pravina, you might be very glad and very happy to be the one accord for leading this session this year, the whole year of Silencing the Gun. We know that you have put all your resources as accord, and we are sure that the extraordinary summit, because there will be an extraordinary summit on silencing the gun, that the 2 sessions that have happened so far, which was in January, and this one and your recommendation will influence the summit that will discuss about how silencing the gun will be done, but how women of Africa will be part of that flagship project of silencing the gun in our continent. So I was not supposed to speak, but Auntie Thelma, thank you for provoking me. You know that I'm so passionate wherever I am. You know, you just call and I jump and I, you know, hi and I come and I speak. Thank you and congratulations to GIMAC members and steering committees, you and the young people yesterday who have come at the front of this GIMAC. Thank you, the Secretariat of GIMAC, Elisa Udase and Kumba. You have done the great job, but everybody who have helped you with the accord and the center in Uganda, far away, you know, all of you, all the young people that are, and the men, I see Kev, I said Dr. Ajayi, of course, all of you, thank you so much. And Notebiko, thank you. I stop there, otherwise, you know, if, and I have the opportunity on Monday again. Thank you.
Otherwise, you are so happy, you can't stop talking.
I'm so happy, I'm telling you.
Yes, so am I. I am really, really happy. It's nice. It's just wonderful to see how GIMAC has gone. And yet, as you say, I would like to congratulate the young men also who I see coming in. Dr. Ajayi, you know, we used to have only Dr. Ajayi, and now we're getting new names coming in, these male champions. Excellent work. Thank you so much for coming in and for being part of us. So I think we have used up the time. Thank you so much, Binta. I'm so happy to hear your voice and to see how happy you are, because I'm also happy that GIMAC is just going on so well and so much better and so much stronger. So let's continue the good work, everyone. And let us continue to remember the motto of solidarity for women in politics. Solidarity is solidarity. Hi, Praveen.
Hi, Auntie Thelma. So coming after Auntie Thelma and Ma Diop is like a hard act to close the session. So I just have that task. And Madam Diop, from the morning I had nudged her to say something, but she just said she's in the background, so I must leave her there. So I'm glad, Auntie Thelma, that you managed to, now she's excited after the whole day. And so she couldn't stay behind, but she's espousing solidarity and solidarity like you always call us to do. Madam Diop, as much as you don't like us saying this, but you have to take all you have to take the credit for having shown us the vision, for being, you know, a powerful leader amongst us, but also a mentor and someone who has not stopped, even if it's late at night. So we younger than you, and some of us very much younger than would say, if you have that stamina, then we also have to show we've got more stamina. So this is what you have done to us. So your stamina is just not changing, and you really have us worried. So we are really glad there's this youth brigade that's coming in. At least they'll help carry some of us through this this initiative before, because that act is very hard to follow. I was telling that to Dr. Botera this morning. But yes, I think that, and also to congratulate you in terms of the Office of the Special Envoy in starting the She Leads Peace campaign. Of course, we are watching that. And I think if you have been observing this last week, it's been an incredible week with the start of the Peace and Security Council open session. And really, you know, then it was the activities of Ireland, the activities of FemWise, and there's been so many amazing events that have taken place over this past week that just go and show how we have grown in strength in this area and the number of he for she's that we have. I mean, recognizing Joseph Pizzo here, Mubarak here in terms of the RECs, and of course our own Dr. Butera, Dr. Ajayi, who have been in the trenches with us for a long time. So we have come to the end of day one. And again, like Mardiop and Auntie Thelma said, and as stalwarts of the GIMAC movement, and I know Helen is at the back, Kumba is there, just to say that thank all the chairs of sessions, thank all of you who have prepared your presentations, and definitely all of the presentations were of a high-end quality and very enjoyable. In the background, capturing all these notes and taking down the recommendations is our own Dr. Martha Mutusi. I don't envy Martha for trying to write this, so I really want to recognize that she's really excellent at this, but these are really beautiful gems that have come out of today's session. We will start tomorrow. We remind you that day two continues tomorrow at 1100 hours East African time. And not to forget that session 3 is on Monday, also at 1100 East African time. Please go back to your agendas. Don't do what I did, like read the wrong agenda for the second day. So please just go back to your agendas and look at that. You get so excited, you get the days mixed up. And then maybe, Madam Diop, as you were thanking Accord, I also want to say to Nontebeko, because I am here, but she's been also the intergenerational at the Accord side. So Nontebeko and myself, but Nontebeko is the youth in our side, and she's really come up and taken to the forefront. And then in the technical side, there's Adelaide there, who has also provided the technical support as we live and work in a virtual context. So just to thank all the behind the scenes teams. Elisa, have I read all of the things in my script?
Yes, Pravina, thank you.
Only the family photograph left. So
yes,
if
I would
you
also
will
like to recognize ECOWAS representative Salimat Tiam. Thank you so much.
Yes. Oh, good. And to all the RECs, I call the names of the ones that I could see and recognize, because some names I don't see all on the side here. So just all of you, recognizing everybody in the room, everybody that we count on, steering committee members, partners, everybody that is here. If we miss your name, it's really because of not catching it here, not in any other way intended to exclude or anything. We are really about inclusion, solidarity, and working together. That's what you learn at GIMAC. And we know that all too much. So let me then ask you to all put on your videos. And I know, Keith, you will give us some support at the back there in terms of unmuting and allowing video share, so we can have a family picture for day one. Please don't forget about tomorrow. It's Sunday, but do tune in at 1100 East Africa time. Elisa, you are good? You are guiding us?
Yes, we are promoting all our attendees. We're not panelists, so please.
Okay.
We are making them join us so that, yes.
If I can, we'd also like to recognize the interpreters for the day. Thank you so much for bearing with us. the interpreters. Thank you, colleagues.
Yes, Nanto, that is an important one because we would have not been able to be in conversation across our language limitations. Yeah, well done to them.
Thank you, everyone. I think we have promoted everyone. We're just waiting for you to switch on your cameras. And we'll ask for those big, big smiles like we had in the morning. I'm big on big smiles. Keith is working very hard. Huh? Keith, we are ready for you.
Solidarity, our motto.
Yes.
Solidarity, our motto.
It's our motto. Solidarity is our motto. We are going to put that on this
please.
Photo of the day. So we are all ready with our big smiles in 3, 2, 1, go.
Peace.
We move to the next page. We have 2 pages.
The second page doesn't have many people with their screens on, but here we go. One more time.
We are a lot. We see Juliet, you are not putting on. Sam, Plan, Buba. I see all of you, no camera. But we are happy. We are happy to all of you, our partners. Thank you. Thank you. Dan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Well done.
Bye. Good to see you, Auntie Karma.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.